Oh, hold on there, folks. That's not the right wing. There it is. What's going on, everybody? So let's turn that down a little bit. Was just checking out some things there on the Rock Nation Discord, and looks like Old Timer's got a new config out here. Welcome in there, Doc Deals. I guess as far as you're looking for something to watch, well, yeah, we're actually running a little bit late, but I guess better late than never. But it looks like Old Timer's got a really cool config, I guess, as far as that he's worked on here. I think this is the... Is this the Chevy? That is the Chevy. So there's a Chevy panel van. I guess at first I didn't realize there was a Chevy panel van available. That's pretty cool. Check that out. I don't know if that's available on the Steam Workshop.
61 says that look really sweet.
Yeah, I don't know if this is available on the Steam Workshop. We're gonna have to probably take a look at that. Oh, look at that! It's even got stuff in the. Wonder if that's done that way by default or is that bonus parts. We have to check that out. Okay then. Well, yeah, just happened to be firing stuff up there and just noticed Old Timer put that in there. So if you're not in the Rock Nation Discord, you can see stuff like this, I guess, as far as for yourself. In the meantime, let's get back to the game. All right. So I don't really have too much going on here. We're still looking in the hunt for the two other trims of the Delta 88. So yeah, let me see really quick. Now that we're in the game here, I'm gonna look and see if there is. Check the Steam Workshop out. Yeah, so there's the Delta 88. Let's see, is there anything recent added? Let's see what we got here. Yeah, so the Apache panel van. This is something new. This must have been just added. 58 Chevrolet. Now, if they would have made the Apache step side of this, you know, relative the same year, that would have been cool. So this is the panel van. So apparently, yeah, you can go quiet now. There we go. We're in the game. We're good. Yeah, this looks cool. So it looks like by default. Okay, it does have some libraries in there. So does it put stuff in it? Yeah, we might have to check this panel van out. Hold on, let me go back this way. So on the interior. Nope, looks like by default it's just empty. That's fine too. So it looks like we might have to subscribe to this. This looks like something we're checking out. I'm a Chevy guy. Well, the thing is, we got to find it. That's the other thing. So we'll get it subscribed. So I guess what I'm gonna have to do is we got to relaunch the game in order for that to spawn correctly. So let's do this. We'll log out of this. I guess as far as we'll come right back in. We're gonna come right back in. So don't go nowhere. Good evening there, Jackdaw. How are we doing this evening? Afternoon here, but you know. It's afternoon here, so we need to get all the way out. And we're gonna relaunch. Got a new panel van. Apache panel van. Pretty cool. Alright, let's get it relaunched. Got some really good fresh air out there, I guess, as far as we had a really nice day. I think it's, last I checked, it was like 60 degrees out. Unfortunately, it's going to be short-lived, but, yeah, definitely able to get a little bit of fresh air outside today, so it was good. Okay, so let's do that. We're loading it up. Loading her up. So yeah, we got a few things that we can play around with anyway. We got the 2 trims of the Delta 88 and now this Chevy Apache panel van. I don't know why it's doing that, but it's really, bro? Okay, just get some things refreshed here. But yeah, we got a couple things we could do then. Gonna have to go on a hunt, I guess, as far as for these cars though, because right now we currently don't have anything being worked on, let alone anything in the project garage. So we're going on hunts. So let's go to the auctions right away. See if we can find these things. Let's see if we can find these things right away. Probably not, but you know, you gotta start somewhere. Okay, so either the Delta 88, anything but the town sedan, and the Apache panel van. Okay, nothing there. Got some cool cars now, I guess, as far as with all these new mods coming out. That's a pretty cool thing. So, for SS, we got that dude. SS Drag, that's one of our own trims. This one is the non-winged. We already have that. Okay, so nothing here. Let's check over here. Nope. Gonna keep looking. So far, neither one of those vehicles. Alright, so nothing at the salvage auctions. No problem. That's what we got barns and junkyards for. We'll check the... We'll do a barn next. Check that out. Off into the thrill of the hunt, I guess, as far as just right off here. It's got us in that mode right now. Okay, so let's go check out a barn. See if we can find, we're still under 100, but we still got 98, so that's not bad. Not bad at all. Okay, I need to see. Are these buttons working? Nope. Nope. Okay, I had to check some things, I guess, as far as... I'm still trying to get some things to work on the Stream Deck. Some of the plugins are not cooperating, but I think I can still do it this way, right? Yep. Cool deal. Oh, wow. What do we got here? Got a drag step side. I think we already have one of those. It looks like this one has all the tires are missing. Take the tires off of this one. Yep. Flat on the floor. Definitely not what we're looking for. That is not what we're looking for. What's the other car in here? Should have one more car. One more vehicle. And it is not what we're looking for. Okay, so not gonna try to leave empty-handed here. Let's check the piles to see if we can find the crate. Excuse me there, I don't mean to get in your way. We're in search mode. So we got a junkyard we'll probably go to next, as far as to see if we can't find what we're looking for. Gotta look at what YouTube said. You know, Bono, I guess, as far as still haven't found what I'm looking for, you know. Yep, we're still looking. Some of you know that song, right? I'm sure some of you do. I know you do. Okay, so I'm thinking this is probably going to be closer to front of the barn. I got some feelings. Oh. Of course. Where's the front of the barn? Front of the barn. I got lost. Oh no, I got lost. Wait a minute, where'd the front of the barn go? Give me the front of the barn, and I need to index myself here. There's the front of the barn. Alright, cool. Let's start from the front of the barn and work our way to the middle. Okay. Here's around the drag S10. Or C10, I should say. Oh, crates. Where are you at? It's hiding pretty good. Yep, she's hiding pretty good. Check all the nooks and crannies. Okay, so that's around that one. Oop, got one here. No. Already checked that one. That one? No. Feel like I'm getting warmer. No. Okay, now. Feel like I've checked. Oh, maybe not over here. Which did you what's Chevy Nova? You talking about the default Nova there, Jack Daw? Or is that a different Nova? So we got our crate. No cars that we wanted in this barn. Let's head back to the house. We'll open up our crate. So I know there's the default Chevy Nova. I guess as far as it's in there. Unless there's a different Nova. Just the default. Haven't been able to find that one. I don't know. I think the drag one is probably the easiest to find. I think out of all the trims for that one for some reason, because we have found drag builds that. In fact, we had a bare frame not too long ago that we put together and sold it. Let's open up our crate. Hopefully, I'll find it. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a jigger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And a little bit of credits. Man, we're closing in at 118,000. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a jigger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And a little bit of XP. Nice. So we're working on our way to level 130. Nice. Okay, so junkyard. Let's go check ourselves out a junkyard. Oh, to get them both, yeah. That's actually not a bad turnaround if it only took an hour in one session. Sometimes, you know, we've seen here, I guess, as far as it's taking us a while to find a car. In some cases. So I'm seeing a Challenger over there. That's a Chrysler 300. Yep, that's a Challenger. Yep, Hellcat. Electrocat. Already have one of those. Not in the market for that. So what else we got? We got a hot rod over there. Definitely not what we're looking for. Okay, nothing in that spot. What's over here? Uh-oh. We got a bare frame? Another bear. We already did one of these. We just did one of these like Monday. We're gonna get it anyway. We'll get it anyway. So let's do... That's the approach I've been taking with these. Yo, what's going on there, Jono? Yeah, we'll get it anyway. Yeah, this is kind of crazy. So we just did one of these on Monday at Bear Frame. So seems to be a pretty popular one. Right now we're looking for a Chevy Apache panel van. Chevy Apache panel van, or hey, excuse you. A little stinky. That's a little stinky. Okay, what do we got? Looks like this is probably the SS. Yep. Gen 2. What's going on there, Razor Batman? What's going on there? Razor Batman in there coming in first. Yeah, this is our SS. That's good to hear. Very, very good to hear. Yep. So, I already have one of those. So just looking at the condition of this. So I did some refinements, I guess, as far as for the mapping of like the rust and the dirt. So some of it in the underbody is kind of a little bit funky yet, but got some striation there. But I guess as far as it's not too bad. Let me out. Thank you. Yeah, a little bit of stripe. That's not too bad. Pretty decent. Anyway, let's keep looking. Got quite a few cars out here today. So we got a Monty. Is this, which one's this one? This one's the drag. That's the original drag, not our custom. Just not our drag custom. So got some pretty cool cars in here. Just not what we're looking for. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. What's over here? And nothing back here. Alright, let's check some piles. See if we got a map in here. By chance. Not a big deal if we don't find the map, but you know, it's always nice to find the map. There's the map. Good deal. Alright, so at least we got the map, but really no car. Oh, what's over here? This is the inspiration, I guess, as far as to do our own Gen 2. I'll tell you that much. This was the inspiration. So just to get a look at this guy. Pretty similar, but not exactly. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's definitely been the inspiration, I guess, as far as to do our own Gen 2. Marrow. Alright, so we did get our map. Head back to the house. And I guess we'll go back to the auctions. We're back to the auctions. Alrighty then, so just the barn map we got off that junkyard visit. Let's put that barn map away. Cool deal. And then let's go back to the auctions. We're bound to find one of them. It can't be that impossible, I guess, as far as to find neither one of them. There's a panel van. So this one's a 3105 custom. I don't know what that means, but see what this looks like. Holy mackerel, is that thing damaged? Wow, that frame all out of whack, isn't it? Let's see what we got here. Missing the door. It's got the wood plank. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. I like it. This is fancy. So what has it got in it? It's got a straight 6. So the 3105 is the straight 6. I guess I just lost a little bit of interest in it. Probably only has that straight 6 swap for it. Yep. So I think we'll probably skip on that one, but that's pretty neat though. I'd rather have the one that had the bigger motor in it. So
Racer Batman says today we finished the caulking, not sure when we are going to paint it on.
Oh, my TTS is, it said that twice, so I couldn't, let me see here. Not your fault, as far as, I need to still fix that so it doesn't say it twice. It's kind of echoing. Oh, you did finish the caulking? Not sure we're going to paint. Ah, I got you there, Richard Batman, on that skylight. make it nice and pretty. What's going on there, Ghoulish? Yeah, so probably get the caulking, I guess, as far as to chill out, and then yeah. So anyway, that was the straight 6 version. So the 3105, I'm assuming, is that. Let's go back here. That's what we're looking for. It's got a yellow thumbnail. Let's see what else we got in here. This is all salvage auction. We have... Is this the only one that's going to spawn? Is this the town sedan? We might have to look in the editor, I guess, as far as to see which ones are spawning where. Because so far, it's the only one I'm seeing of the Delta 88 that comes in the auctions here is the town sedan, which we already have. So, I might have to take a look at that one. I'd like to see what's going on with the other trims. So no other panel vans and no other Delta 88s in here. Alright, let's go to this auction. Standard Monte Carlo. Okay, this one's a utility. This one's the utility. Ooh, fancy. It's even got a livery on it. Allied Telephone Service. Well, that's pretty cool. Got the rack on the top. That's fancy. What kind of engine it's got in it? Straight 6 again. So, I'm guessing, I like the way you got the hinges on there too. That's pretty slick. These 3105s, I'm assuming, are the straight 6 version of the panel van. Looks like it. So it's a 3105 utility. So I guess anyone that's a 3105 is probably the straight 6. Still a pretty cool truck. I just would rather have a bigger motor, bigger engine. See if she starts. Nope, she's a little low on oil. Very roomy in this cab, I'll give it that. Fancy. Yeah. So I think if we can find ourselves a one with a bigger motor in it, that'd be pretty cool. Alright, let's head back this way. See what else we got. Here's just a 3105. Now, we already looked at this one, right? This was in the salvage auction. Well, this one's a blue one. Yep, 3105 is supposed to be the straight 6. That's what I'm getting from it. Hopefully this has more than just the straight 6 in it. Because if we don't, I guess as far as we're going to have to create our own config for this guy. Put a bigger motor in it. Well, maybe all these panel vans had the straight 6 in it. Could be. We'll have to make one that's got, if we doesn't have one, I guess as far as we'll have to make our own. So there's the 3105. Any more Delta 88s? This one, here we go. Royale hardtop sedan. This is one we don't have. I think that was a 5-star too. Look at that. So this one's the hardtop. So Royale sedan. This is an iconic rear end, yeah. See, this one should probably run. It's got the bench seat. Oh yeah. Oh, man, this dash just brings back memories. Let's start her up. She's a runner. She's a runner. So I'm not seeing too much difference here. So the one we have, the town sedan, has the vinyl top. What kind of engine does it have? OHV 355. That's still pretty much the same as the town sedan, from what I just recall. I don't see a whole lot of difference on this car. We're gonna bid on it just to see, so we can compare side by side. Sure, let's go ahead and bid on it. So the high end is 45. We got the town sedan, I guess, as far as well underestimated. Let's see what we get this one for. Getting some bidders. Ooh, business picking up. We'll let them duke it out for a second. Not getting it that easy. Ooh, that was a quick bid. Ooh, thought we had it. Okay. Even John Vaughn's getting in there. It's an interesting battle. There we go. And that's another one we got estimated by a decent amount. Let's put that one into... I'm going to put that one right in car parking right away. Garage. That was not toasty at all. That was a 5-star. Where's that? Right here. That was a 5-star. So that's at least one of the other trims of the Delta 88. We'll check it out. So we still got the one out in the garage, outside at the garage. Do some comparisons. Okay, looks like that's about it. So I might have to take a look. Maybe I have to take a look in the editor, maybe, I guess, as far as to see if that panel van just has the straight 6 in it. Because if that's the case, we're gonna have to make our own config, I guess, as far as that has a bigger motor, bigger engine swap. That might be fun. That could be fun. Alrighty then, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna swap some cars out here. So let's put, yep, these right there. Where was this car originally from? Great Britain. That's over in the UK. Do they have these kind of cars over there? For anybody that's over in that neck of the woods? The old Delta 88. Let's swap this one over to here. We're gonna bring that other one in here. So what we got here, we got the Town Sedan and the Royale, the hardtop Royale. Let's see what we got differences. So headlights and bumper look the same. Okay. I'm seeing they both got the vinyl top. Got the vent on the fender. Very rare. Yeah. So just seeing if I don't see a lot of difference in it. Got the same exhaust setup. Check under the hood. Got the OHV. That looks pretty similar. So not a lot of difference between the hardtop Royale and the Town Sedan. Looking for any subtle changes to it. So got these fender badges, Delta 88. So anything different in the interior? I guess other than the fact it's just named a hardtop Royale. Looks pretty similar. Alright, let's get out of that. Check this one out. So there is one more other trim of this. I don't remember what it was called though. Yeah, looks pretty similar. Okay. I don't see difference. It's pretty much the same. So I'm not sure what the differences are, but it is labeled differently. So this one is the Town Sedan that we got there previously, and this one's the hardtop Royale. Royal hardtop sedan. Pretty good shape too for level 5. Alright, so I guess what we'll do, still on the lookout, I guess, as far as to get a panel van or that other trim of the Delta 88. I might just sell that one back, I'm not sure yet. Not a lot of differences to that. Alright, let me do this. that. Alright, let's go check out another car auction. See what else we can get. Yeah, this would be good. But it's very rare there up in the UK. Oh, is that what it is? Oh, those types of cars. So they didn't ship them back, I guess, as far as after they shipped them over there. Okay, so we're looking for that panel van or the other Delta 88. Our SS, a standard. Got some cool cars to choose from, but just, let's try this auction. We already have one of those. Drag one of those. A lot of different trims of the 57 Bel Air. This is our own here that we did. Rustamod 2. No. That's our 454 custom. Yep, that's one of our own configs. And nope, so no panel van or Delta 88s in here. Okay. We'll check out a bar next. We're bound to find something here soon. So we're on the right track. It's as far as we at least found the track down, I guess, as far as the panel van. I want a bigger motor in it, though. We'll see if it's available with a bigger motor. One thing we could do is go to the salon and just see what trims are available for the panel van. We could do that. In fact, let's go ahead and do that. Let's go to the salon. See what spawns over here. Oh yeah, that groovy, man, groovy. Let's go over here. Let's see what we have. We can do that with the Delta 88 as well. Gotta find it. Wish there was a search on this thing. Have to keep your eyes open. I feel like the Delta 88 should be like right in the same realm of the Cadillacs here, yeah. Big boat. Tank of a car. DF. Yeah, they're so spread out. There's our test car. Hot rods. There's the panel van. Alright, let's check this one out. So it has the 3 trims. So we didn't see this custom. So apparently all these must have just a straight 6 in it. Let's see what we got here. What's in the custom? Ooh, let's keep it red, yes. That sounds good. Let's keep it red. Yep, looks like so all these have a... We're gonna have to make our own config for this one then. Put some big motor swaps in there. That's what we gotta do. Noise. So yeah, so this is pretty cool. Imagine making a drag version of this one. Put some big old beefy meats in there. Thing is, the wheel wells are kind of shallow. I guess as far as if we did put some beefy meats in there, it'll probably stick to the fender well. This thing's I think about. So it's got the exhaust coming out the side there. Nice. Yeah, so it looks like these only have a straight 6 in it, I guess as far as by default. That's good to know. That's one's the custom. Alright, let's see. Here's the Delta 88. So the other one is Royale Town Sedan. So there's a hardtop sedan. Yeah, we might have to. So this one here, we have the town sedan. We don't have this one. let's see here. So the color my grandfather had was a lighter blue. This one still seems kind of dark. It was a little bit lighter than this one, so it does have all these different shades of... That one looks like black. Interesting. Yeah, so... Let's go with this one. Take a look at it. So this one is the Royale Town Sedan. So all of them I see, I guess, as far as they have the black vinyl top. Now I know my grandfather's did not have vinyl top. It was just a painted top. Now, unless he took it off, which I don't think he did. For the most part, I don't see a lot of difference between all the trims. Now, it might have been just paint, different types of paint you could get, but as far as the body style, they seem to be all the same. I think it would be cool if we did have one and didn't have the vinyl top. That would be kind of neat. So if one of the trims offered without the vinyl top, I'd be all for that one. So it's got the same kind of engine we got in this one too. Is it all the same? This one's got the SS in it, so it's got a little bit more power to it. So I guess that's one big difference in the Royal Town Sedan. Got a little bit beefier engine. So this one might be a cool one to get. It's too bad, I guess, as far as we don't have the actual Oldsmobile rocket, the 500 rocket engine. That'd be sweet. That would be slick. So I guess if I were to get one, I guess as far as I'd want this guy, which is the Royal Town Sedan. So we got the Town Sedan, not the Royale Town Sedan. Interesting. So yeah, look, it's looking like we might need to do a config, I guess, as far as for that panel van, put some bigger engine swaps in it. That's what I'm getting from it. So let's head back to the house. Let's head back to the house here, and we'll see what we can do with that. Okay, so what I might do first is just go into the editor without making a backup config and just see what we can do with it. Okay, so got the Countach out here, got these two out here. I don't know if I just will sell this one, because it's looking to me I'd probably want to get my hands on. Yeah, we got the Town Sedan, so I would get the Royale Town Sedan. That'd be that seems to be the better one. It's got the beefier engine in it, and the thing I noticed though is it only has the one engine swap in any of these trims. So even that Royale Town Sedan only had, so it had the SS only, I guess, as far as in that one. This one has the OHV. Now we could make a config on this one too to put all the other engine swaps in there if we wish to. So that's an option too. So what I want to do, I think I'm just gonna sell this guy. It already runs, so that's good. I think this one ran, did it? Yeah, this one's from the auction. So as long as it runs, I think we'll just sell it. Yep. These are runners. So I think I'm just going to sell this one. Just wanted to get an idea of what the differences were. Our status, let's get this one sold. Had a little bit of profit on it, not too much, but that's cool. Okay, that'll leave that spot open, I guess, as far as for us to get a panel van. But what I want to do, let's save our progress here. Okay, and then let's head on over to the editor. Let's see what we can do with this panel van. Need a little editor music. Alright, yeah, we've been doing some more work in the off-stream on our Gen 2 Camaro. So that's why that one's fired up. Let's look at panel van. Let's see here. There, so I wonder if that means, so it's Apache? Yeah, so it might be up here. Let's see. Ferrari 288. 06 Subaru Beetle. Okay, where is that little rascal? D10. Corvette. There, that's the Bel Air. Monte Carlo. Chevelle, Lamborghini Countach, Oldsmobile. Oh, here it is. Wow, that's a long one. So Chevrolet Apache. Wow, that's a mouthful. It's right there. Okay, here's our Apache panel van. Okay, then. So let's explode this one open. So yeah, inline 6 is its only option. Okay, so let's put. I think initially we want to put probably an OHV. So that's going to be down here, I think. What do we got here? So that's the modern one. Where that thing at, right? So there's the 1 carb, 2 carb starry. That's the supercharged. That fits in there pretty nice, actually. So let me go. Starry 2 carb. Is that the one I want? I think that's the one I want right there. We'll start off with this guy. Now I want to turn off. Auto. Obviously, a lot of things aren't going to line up. That's to be expected. So the inline 6 only has the 1 exhaust. We'd have to put all new exhaust. Wow, which exhaust is this? Exhaust. So it's an R4 Defender exhaust on this one. Okay, so we'd have to change that. Should be down here. So there's that downpipe. That's for the inline 6. We probably need. Get which downpipe that is for the Starry. I believe it is. Nope, not that one. Yeah, these right here. Those right now. Cool, so we go with that. Obviously, we'd have to change the rest of the exhaust. So that would be. Which one would we go with there? So that one has this design. Okay, so what's that scaled at? 0.98, so it's just under 1, okay. So if we go to here. Just trying some things out here just to see what works and what doesn't. So we're not going to save this at all, just kind of playing around with it to see what's possible. I don't know if I would go with that or not. Let's see what else we have. The E. Just different configs of same one. This one's a little bit longer, I guess. Okay. Just seeing what looks good. It's like trying on new shoes, you know, you got to see what fits, one don't. That could work. Now, how does that look to put the body back on? That sits kind of low. So we probably have to raise up the engine. And maybe even the subframe there. So how high is that off of that? It's already up pretty high. I would probably move up the subframe a little bit, so that's not so low. So let's go to suspension, and we want to do height front. Let's see here. That raises it up. Let's go try a 1, just for the heck of it. Ooh, that's too high. Hold on. 0.1. So it was on 8, right? Or was that 0.8? That's where it was right there. So we want to do 1, 1.5, 1.2, maybe something like that. And then that'll allow us to move the engine up. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, we can probably move the engine up a little. Go to the engine. Right now that's there. Move that up a little. Whoop, hold on. You're on the right part. Actually, what I could do is actually move the downpipe up and then move the engine, I guess, as far as in comparison to that. There we go. Let's do downpipe. That. Move this up to where we're comfortable. Probably a little bit more manageable. And then we can always move the engine up to that point. So engine. Like so. Okay. And then we'd have to move up the rest of the exhaust. Downpipe, exhaust, go to here. We're on the right part. No. I clicked over. That's a little better. I can go with that. I can dig that. Now, how are we looking on the rear end here? Kind of touches there a little bit. We could probably raise the rear end up a little. Not too much, just a skosh. So let's do suspension. Let's do height rear. So we'll put that one at, what did we put the front at? .12. Try the same thing. Gotta make it level. Okay, how do we look there? Okay, that might be a little too high. Problem, so we'll bring it down a little bit. Maybe just a 0.1, maybe about a 0.09. Something like that. Get it tucked up under there still. Okay. Looks a little bit of weighted down on it, I guess, in the back. I want to even it out a little bit more. Maybe we will just go 1-2. Oh, wait a minute. I adjusted the wrong one. My bad. Is that right? Still feel like that rear end needs to go up just a little bit. So let's do Ooh, that's a nice stance right there. Leave it right at that. That's a cool stance right there. I like that. It's got that aggressive stance. The only thing is, kind of clips through the exhaust there. Now I could fix that, at least as far as on the angle. Yep, I could do that. We want to maintain that stance in the rear end. So let's go to here. Go to that exhaust. There, cool. And we want to rotate this. Right now it's at 357 on the Y. 1 on the X. Okay, we want to come down, so we'll just put this to a 0. Yeah. Alright, so let's check and see how we look in the back. We might have to go a negative number on this one. Yep. So let's do -1. Okay. Tweak it out. Something like that. Get it clear. Well, let's see how we look here. Yep, we'll have to adjust this up a little bit. Cool. Alright, how are we looking here? Come down a little more. Oh, I see what it did. So it did 358.7. Yeah, it doesn't like negative numbers in here. So if it changes that, that's just the game's way of. So we want to come down like so. There we go. Cool. Looks pretty good. Anyway, the only thing I don't like is it doesn't really follow the contour. Kind of hangs kind of low. So if we want that kind of stance to it, that's what it would look like. The other thing we could try and do is have the exhaust go above the if we could have it come up above instead of below. Could try that. We'd have to change this. Put this to 0. And that would be 2, so something like this. Yeah. Okay, let's adjust this down here. Have to do something like that. Much as that clip in there. It still clips in there quite a bit. Even through the shot there. I don't know if I like that. Don't know if I like that. So another thing we could try and do. Make this a little bit smaller. That to fit in there. That muffler is super big. Let's look here. We're getting somewhere, I think. So we're just trying some things out just to see what we like. I don't like it clipping through all that though. Another thing we could do, instead of have it coming out the rear, We could do the... I can't remember which downpipe that is. So instead of that one, we could do... Oh, what the heck was the name of that one? I always forget. Have...
Racer Batman says pew 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 pew.
Oh my god, it's duplicating it.
Pew 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 pew. Rock and steer, rock and steer, rock and steer, rock and steer, rock.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, not your fault there, Racer Batman. I'm trying to get it not to say it twice in my ear. That's all. I thought I fixed it, but I guess I didn't. Hold on a minute. Yeah, you're good. Just why are you saying that twice to me? She should not be saying that twice to me. Okay, let me do this. Ping it. I got some more homework to do, I guess, as far as on this TTS in my ear. Okay, let's see that. I'll just keep tweaking on it just to see what works and what don't work. There we go. Let's try that. Cool. Yeah, don't feel discouraged, I guess, as far as to want to do it. It's just really annoying because it's like the TTS, I guess, as far as that you redeem, it actually repeats it. It's like duplication. It's like, oh, I don't like that. There's a raffle. Okay, I'm just trying to remember which one it was for. Oh, man. I used to remember what the name of that downpipe was to go to the side. Forgot the name of it. I thought it was just V8 old. That's the DLC. No, it's not that. I thought it was just V8 old. That's gonna drive me nuts. I can't remember what it was called. That's the i6. It's inline 6. For crying out loud, which one is it? Got too much to choose from. Nope. This one's W. Yeah, that's not, definitely not that one. I know it was a simple one too. What the heck? I'm gonna have to look at a different car, I guess, as far as to find out which one it was. Anyway, a way we can go about it as far as to go to the side. Just have the exhaust come out the side and don't come out the back. We could do that. Because I'm not really caring for going over the top of the rear axle. Because there's not a lot of room there for this design. And I don't think there's really... Here, let me change this. Move this back to the starry. Just for the time being. Where's that at? Where's it at? It is right here. Okay, so... Oh, wait a minute here. So this one's the G. Oh, not a minute there. So what's this one doing? Okay, maybe we got some other options here. Let's bring this back down. Put this to 0. What is this one doing here? Okay, we need to adjust it down here. We could do something like that. That's pretty interesting looking. Yeah, that may work. So that one's the G. Yeah, that'll just exhaust all over the top like that. Heck, we could probably do that. Alright, so let me gotta mirror the other this one to the other side. So yeah, too bad we can't really copy, I guess. As far as from here, we just have to create a new part and go from there. So let's yeah, we can't duplicate it, I guess, as far as from the... I wish there was an option to do that, I guess, as far as just duplicate this one so we can mirror it. Let's just add a new part. I should put it to the top. Yep. And then we want this to be exhaust. V8. G. Like so. Where's that one at? Yo, Rachel Batman gets some fluid out of that. Oh, come on, bro. There it is. Now what we need to do on this one is mirror it. This one will be a reflection, like that. You want it to turn the other way, yeah. And then we can take from the other one, but particularly on the Z, let's copy this and put that onto this one. Okay, so we'll get it the right height. So X, Y, X is going to be different, but the Y, we should be able to get that as far as, yeah. So we need the Y off of this one. Get me the Y. YSY. Like that. Roll. Okay, and then all we gotta do is adjust the X on it. Like so. Now we'll probably still have to do the rotations on it yet. Okay, so let's adjust some rotations. So we've got 357 on the middle. Okay. Oh no! Oh no! At least you didn't gamble them all there. 357. Okay, let's see if we can get this one lined up. Yeah, I think we got a pretty viable option here for. Whoops! Wrong part. Crap! Son of a gun. Wrong part. Need to go to this guy. So I shouldn't have had to mess with that one. Shouldn't have had to. Should have only had to mess around with this guy. Yeah. So that is on that one. Okay, cool. That looks pretty good. So how's it looking in the back? Ooh, so this one's way over here. What the heck? Okay, so maybe I don't have to put... Oh my. Okay, so that's not going to work like that. Do I not have to put the rotation in there? Nope, sure don't. I can leave this one at 0. Okay. Let me look down here. Sometimes you can get away with just clicking it on here, but not always. You gotta really pay attention up here as far as what part is selected. You get something in one position and then end up screwing it up. Okay, so how's that look? Why is it way over here though? I don't understand that. So we did reflect it. Yep, so we definitely need a reflection on it. So goes to the other side. Not really sure why it's way over there like that though. So is that only meant to do for one side? It's like way over to this side. Something I could do. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. We can make an adjustment on this guy. This one? If we make this a 0? Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. Guess maybe we could move this in just a little. Okay, that goes the wrong way. Let's do a -2. Something like that. So I'm gonna put it right over the middle of that. Do the same thing on this one. Oh, wrong way. I go this way. There we go. And check and see how we look here. Looks good. And that looks good. Cool. I think we might have our setup here. I think we got something here. So, let's do a little bit of a review here. Well, we ended up 0.12. I think it was. Let me see here. 0.12 on the front. Rear is at 0. Gives us that stance. Okay. I like that stance on that. It looks super aggressive. That big motor in it. So how's it looking here? So we don't have any cutouts for... Okay, nothing we can do about that. And the fender wells, I guess as far as for the extension. Now, if we did want to make some changes here in the engine bay, we could. I don't think we need to. Let's see what will be neat, I guess, as far as this one configuration for engines, we could do a lot more. So if we wanted to put, say, for example, the supercharged, we can do that. We got adequate room, I guess, as far as in between the radiator and the... that all looks good. We do need to do something with drive shaft. Now, obviously, we can deal with that, I guess, as far as in the other. We'll make our own config and go from there. I like the stance though on it. That's pretty solid. So we'll probably make this a V8 special, since there is no V8 option, I guess, as far as on this this config. So just to play around there a little bit. Alright, so what we're going to do, we're not going to save this. We are going to make it our own copy of a config, I guess, as far as in our game directory, so that we can actually build this one. So I don't want to save this one, I guess, as far as this way, because that'll touch the original here, I guess, as far as I don't want to touch these. We're going to make a V8 custom out of our own. So let's go to... I'm going to go main menu. So we didn't save that. But at least we know what we can do in our own config. That's the main thing. So we're going to close the game out. And go into the main game directory. So this will be a workshop. This is a workshop mod, I guess, as far as for... Okay, so what I want to do this for a second. We'll come right back here. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Okay, so we're going to get out of this. I need a little bit of editing music. Let's go into our game directory right here. There we go. Like so. Let's do this. So go into your install directory for your game. Go to data, streaming assets, cars. Actually, no. Take that back. I did that wrong. This is not going to be involved with the in-game files. We want to go to the workshop. This is for car mechanic. Now we got to find that mod for the panel band, which is this one right here. So we got the 3 configs. This one should be the custom. Yep. All of these have a inline 6, so we want to make... Oh, let me see here. I'm thinking we could probably just use the main config. This one here. And make this one a 3105. That was what we used in the editor. This config is what we had loaded and made the changes to it, right? So we could probably take this one here, copy it, paste that, and we're going to make this one as config 3 in succession, and we're going to add to this. This one's going to be a 3105 V8 special. So we're going to make this one. Since this panel band seems to only have the inline 6 as a main option. We're going to save that. Close it. Then we want to rename this config to config 3. Like I said, in succession. And then we also have to pair this one up with the body config. So because this config had this body config, I just want to look and see. So these are empty. What was up with the custom, just out of curiosity? Okay, so this has a little bit different here. Bonus part. So this one should be for the custom, which would be this one here. That one's got 2 empty there. This one's got 3 empty here. Interesting. Okay. Just making note of some changes, but because we did copy this one, we want to put this body config with it here, so we need to copy this guy, paste it, and then name this one. Oops. Rename this guy body config 3. That'll coincide with this one. These pair up with each other, if you will. So we should be able to open this up in the editor now and be able to make our changes. So let's do that. Let's launch up our game. And I'm going to load this up right in the editor. So that's where we want to go. Okay, so she get this loaded right up. Alright, so there's our main one, and then it should have that V8 special that we just created right there. This is the one we want to edit. Ooh, alright, so we're straight off. We're gonna go edit. What we want to do is go to engine. Now, for the time being, I'm just gonna put that OHV Starry. We'll be able to put the other options in there, I guess, as far as well. But we want to put this 2-carb one in there as our stock engine. Okay, so there's that. Now let's come down here. We gotta adjust some things down here. Now we put the front suspension. Front suspension was at right here. So we put this at a 0.12. Okay. That allowed us to bring. We got to change out our downpipe. Let's go to that. Put our downpipe where we want it. I should have probably made a reference to what we had that at, but that's okay. So we did the Starry downpipe, which would be this one here. Okay. Now what we did is we moved that up, I guess, as far as tuck it up underneath the truck. Let's move that up. I should have made a reference for what we had that set at, but that's okay. That's fine. That allowed us to move the engine up. Do that. So let's go back to the engine. We'll change the height of that. No. And there. There we go. Move our engine up. Like so. Okay, now we can adjust our rear suspension. We just put the height at a 0. Our rear height, we just put this right at 0. Boop. There we go. Now we can adjust pipes we got in here. Go back to parts. So this initial pipe we got in here, we're going to use that. Actually, what I could do, just to make sure we can put both pipes in the so they're not so far apart from each other, I guess, as far as in the hierarchy here, I think I'm going to delete this one. Yeah, I'm going to delete this one, sorry, and just add 2 new parts. I think that's what I'm going to do. That would be the easiest way. So we did have it scaled. I think we had it at a 9.5. We might even be able to leave it at a 9.8. We'll see. I'm going to delete this dude. Whoops. Let's delete this one. There we go. And then we'll add 2 new parts. We'll put it to the top. Like so. This way they will both be together. They won't be separated. So let's go to this dummy. Who you calling dummy? Bring her down. And I want to bring this, so we did the V8G, exhaust V8G, which was this one right here. Yeah, I was thinking side pipes, and, you know, I had given that, you know, that's an option, but I kind of like the look of this one here. The side pipes really look cool on it. I don't doubt it. The scale on this one, we're going to do this at a 0.98. Okay, let's get that in position. I just wanted to delete those so that they're not both spread apart. So we'd have one up at the top and then one you'd have to scroll down for the other one. So just in an effort to put them next to each other like this, I guess, as far as this makes more sense. This keeps it clean in the hierarchy. Alright, which one am I on here? Where the heck are you at, bro? What the world? Where is it? Or did I turn it off? Hold on. Where the heck is it? Where's the part? Oh, for crying out loud. Let's trash that out. Add another one. I don't know where it went. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, G. That one right there. It was there. Oh, maybe I scaled it down too far. That must have been what I did. I must have scaled it down too far. I thought I did it 0.98, like that. There we go. Okay. Now we can line this one up with this one. What's that gizmo's in a different spot? Kind of hard because you got to get that into view so you can actually move it. And in a bit. Let's do this. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't do that. Take a little fiddling around since we deleted the original edition. That's alright. Okay, and then how we looking here? So what we did in the back, actually that doesn't look bad like that. Oh, it's hold on. We brought it -2 on this. No, it was -2 on this one. Yep. And now that I look at that, oh, that's good. So we're clear of the shock. That's cool. That's cool. How are we looking from here? Yeah, that's solid. I like it. Now you can go this route, or like you mentioned there, Jack, though, you could do the side pipes if you wanted to. Yeah, you could definitely do side pipes out that. I'm kind of going with, like, if they did have put a V8 in this thing in there, what would it look like from the factory? Now, they would probably have, which we don't have, I guess, as far as the pipe coming over around and coming out the side in the back. But we don't have that option, I guess, as far as, so this is the next best option. I don't think that's bad at all. So what we need to do is duplicate. So now we got this one here that's brand new right next to it. We don't have to scroll down. So what we want to do on this one is do another one of these V8 exhaust G, like so. And I'm going to copy some values off of this. So copy this one here. Okay, we do want to have this one as a reflection, like so, of this one here. Okay, so the other one I need is the Y. The X is going to be a little bit different first, side to side, so we'll see it. C, B. There we go. So that's that initial position there. All right, now let's go this way. Get her lined up loosely. So it should only mostly been the X I needed to adjust. It's got to change it on the up and down. How's this one look? Okay, so let's we got to adjust this one a little bit too. No problem. Got a little bit of a gap in there. That's better. this one. This is what I meant by having them close together so we can go back and forth. You don't have to keep scrolling through this. A little bit easier. Takes a little bit, I guess, as far as to get it to the position that it originally was, but still. We're looking over here. Hope that shoved in there a little too much. Oh, there we go. That's more like it. Okay, so we want to right about there. Okay, how are we looking in the back? Okay, so on this one, on this side, we want to go 2, something like that. Yep, so that's right next to the shock there. Right next to the shock there. Should be pretty well lined up. Ooh. Alright, so let's deal with this drive shaft. Parts. Let's go to drive shaft. Guy, we need to change probably the length on it. See what we got here. Yeah, looks like we gotta change the length. Let's adjust this down here first. Oh, and see how they are here. So we have to probably change the pitch and the length. Definitely the length. So let's change the length to 1.9. Oh, definitely longer than that. Okay. Making sure that's not moving. So let's try 2.2. That's too long. Something like that. Now we need to change the pitch on her. That's going to be one of these rotations. I forget which one. So 270 is that direction, so it should be on this one. X is, maybe it is the Y. Well, 270. Okay, let's check it out. Let's do 268. Okay, so that was at 270. Yeah, that's the wrong one. So we want to leave this one at 270. 107. Something like that it was. So we need to adjust probably this guy. Yep. Oh, that's the one we need right there. So we got to go up on this number. So 2.1. 3, 4, 5, 7, just a little bit at a time. That's going to be a easy 5, 2, okay, that's all we're doing down here. Oops, hold on. Yeah, looks good. Well, maybe a little bit more length. Why she walked out that way though? Don't it's like shifted over this way a little too much. Let's change our length there a little bit more. So let's do 2.2. Oh, that might be too far. Yeah, it's too far. Let's do 2.15. Oh, too much. Let's do 1.2. 2.3, something like that. That looks good. I don't like how it's kicked over this way too much. Let's try. Okay, hold on. 269. 69.5. 8. Nope, too much. 7. Something like that. Okay, and we need to adjust this down a little bit. That would be 3, 5. Wait a minute. Okay, too bad. So then we need to adjust this one here. Kind of center it up on that output of the gearbox. What I'm looking at is like right around here. Just seeing that that's pretty equal all the way around. Doesn't look too bad. Probably bring it in a little bit. Let's actually bring this back up. Might do 4 or 5. Yeah, something like this. And let's bring it. Make this a 2.35. Something like that. That looks good. That's marvelous. So let's check our end over here. Yep, that looks good. So there's our drive shaft. Now I want to make sure. Oh, look at the way they got the fuel tank. That's wild. Fuel tank is right here. I don't like how it's clipping through this cross member here, so I might we'll adjust that a little bit. So where's that fuel tank? I'm assuming they probably got. Wait a minute, what's going on right here? Why's it got a brake? That's not cool. Hold on. Why is there a brake right here? That's not cool. Huh? Did I make it too long? Never had that do that before. Got this brake in the drive shaft now. I'd have to save and come back in and see if it corrects that issue. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. In the meantime, let's see if we can do something with this fuel tank. Where's the fuel tank at? Fuel tank is right here. So all I want to do with this, move this over, put it right between the cross members. Now, excuse me, I assume you're probably trying to get this tank to line up this here, which makes sense. I think that might line up a little better that way. If it was more this way. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna try and save it and come back in and see if that'll correct that problem with the drive shaft. It looks like everything else looks good. I like the stance on it too. Cool deal. I think what I'm gonna do on this one too is change the thumbnail color so that it does it more of a red or standard color. Okay. That looks fancy. I like it. We need to do. We can save this. I want to. Let's go back to the main menu really quick. We're gonna reload that, see if that drive shaft corrects itself. So let's get us back to the main menu, and I don't know if I'll have to get all the way out. Probably will do that just to make sure. So hold it please. I'm gonna get all the way out of this. We're gonna relaunch it and go back into the editor. Yep, we'll do that. Hold a sec. Launch it up in the editor. Okay. See how this fixes it or not. Okay, so that'll load up the original. Here's our V8 special. Nice. Alright, so let's see if it did fix the drive shaft. It did not. So can we not go that that long with the drive shaft? Apparently not. That's kind of a problem. So I wonder if I'm gonna have to move the engine back. I wonder if we'll have to move the engine back so we don't have to make the drive shaft quite as long. Let's see. I think I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try and move the engine back. We got room in the engine bay. See what we got here. Yeah, we definitely got room. So I'm gonna move it back. That might even correct, I guess, as far as some of this here with the downpipe into the subframe, actually. So let's go to the engine. We already changed the length on it. What do you mean scale it up? It's already at a 1. So all we did was just change the length so we could get the length. Shouldn't have to scale that. Scaling it would just uniformly scale it to make it bigger or smaller. You know, uniformly. We only want to change the length. That's what I was trying to do. I think our best option is to move. We got a lot of room to move the engine back, so I think that's what I want to do. Just adjust it that way. I've never made drive shafts this long. I don't really feel it necessary to scale it though, I guess, as far as because if I scale it, what it's going to do is uniformly scale it in all directions. I don't really want to do that. See, that makes it, I don't want to do that. Unless I just do that. I see what you're saying, but do I need to go, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. What I didn't want it to do is make that collar too big. Alright, let me see if I can go like this then. I'll just scale it up just ever so slightly. that. I'd have to go up pretty significantly, I guess, as far as to get that to do that. I can't just do it minimally just to, because otherwise, like I said, if you scale, that's going to scale in all directions here. So watch on this collar, how big that gets. I don't want it to do that. See how big that collar gets? I don't want that. Let's see. Well, if it doesn't take it out, so 105 looks like it might work. Okay, and then what we can do is actually scale this down a little bit. Yeah, normally with the scale, I'm really careful with the scale because it tends to do it. If we could do it in just one direction, that's one thing. But the scaling, I guess, as far as it scales in all directions, not just one direction. Whereas the length in here, I figure it's a little bit more. So let me change this to 1.3. Wait a minute, are we not on the drive shaft? Why is... Oh, that's going to change it down here, that's right. I forgot. That's right, so 213... 2132. Yeah, I guess this is not too bad. That's cool. Okay, let me move this back this way. Yeah, so what I did was just go ever so slightly on this one, just at least to get that gap out of the drive shaft. So I guess that'll work. Just do it a little bit. Alright, and then we'll change this one to 2, 3. I guess we can leave that at 5. Yeah, that'll work. So yeah, I just had to go up just ever so slightly on that, just to get that gap out of here. I'll be honest though, I have never had to do that. Usually what I'll do is just mess with the, but I don't think I've ever gone this long on a drive shaft. This one's a pretty long drive shaft. Yep, so we move this. Okay, so we don't need to move the engine then. Okay, cool. As long as we got the gap out of there. Cool, yeah, we can leave that all that way. So, the other thing I wanted to adjust on this. Where's I got for license plate? So license plate there. License plate there, that's cool. Yeah, since we're using we want to put some other swaps in here too. So we can do this one, the supercharged. We can do the supercharged. Cool, so we can actually add this engine to our swap list. So let's add this to it. So we'll go engine underscore V8. Underscore Starry. Now, I think I've tried this before, where I tried to copy this name here, and I don't think it would let me do it. Wish it would. So if we could copy this name here so we don't have to type it out. So you can do it either in here or in the config itself, manually, I guess, as far as in the text editor. That's at least a couple different ways you can do it. We're going to do it this way. And then just a comma, no spaces, if you want to add additional ones. So I think the other ones that we'll add, we'll do the 1 carb, the SS, and so on. So another one we can put in here is the, that's the ZZ, that's the SS. That one should fit. Let me see here. Yep, SS should fit in there. Checking the exhaust to make sure. How does the drive shaft look? So yeah, we can put the SS one in there. Marvelous. So we'll put that one as an option. So this one's this engine underscore V8ZZ. Now we can change the order of how these will show up in here too, I guess, as far as just to kind of clean that up too. So like for example, we can put the supercharged last on the list. So instead of having it this way, we can go like this. Actually do Control X and put that to the front. Like this. Comma there. No spaces. And then what other swaps we want to put in here? So we want the one carb. That would be, where's the one carb? That's the two carb. I guess it's this one here. Assume it should be the one carb. That's just the starry. That one, yeah, that's the one carb. So we want that option. I'm going to put that one ahead of this one. So we'll do engine. Underscore. V8. Underscore. Alright. Now this will allow, I guess, as far as so when they're listed here, I guess as far as we'll allow it to actually put it in the car. Or in the truck in this case. So we got the SS, we got the one carb, and the supercharged so far. Now we can go through all of these, I guess, as far as to say, yeah, we want to have all those. Like, for now, I think that'll be good. We can always add an addition, I guess, as far as even after it's acquired in the game, just to give a couple of different engine swaps, I guess, as far as for it. That should be a good start. What I do want to have it as the base engine would be 2 carb. I want this one here. Now, what is it for? 282 horsepower on the base. So if we want to adjust that, in fact, what is the one carb at? That one's a little lower. That makes sense. And then the supercharged. Okay, that's cool. I like that. I think what I'll do is I'll adjust on the 2 carb just a little bit. Yeah, let's go to here. And I want to adjust torque mod here. Now this is going to adjust for all the engines, so it's not going to be just specific to the one engine. So we gotta be really careful how we adjust the torque on this one. So if we want it, I'm gonna try this anyway. So we want this one to go. I want to do this like a 30, like around a 300. I'm gonna try this on the other 2 just to see. So it was 248 on the 1 carb. Okay, so I'm gonna do 101. 85, 102. What I'm looking at is this number. I want to get this right around 300 horsepower. 290. 93. 96. 299. That's 302. That might be pretty good right there. 302 on the base power. Now what I want to do, save that, and then check the other engine trims. See how it adjusted there. So on the 1 carb, that went up from a 248 266, that's not too bad. And then the supercharged went from like 459 to 92, so that's not bad. That's still under 500 horse, so that's good at the base. I think that's good. Good setup for this one. So that torque mod, you just have to be a little bit careful, I guess, as far as it'll affect every potential engine swap. So there's all that. So I think we're gonna have the default engine to be 2-carb, and we'll have the option, I guess, as far as to put the supercharged into it. That's what I want to have. All right, so that's still a setup we want to have on there. So there we have it. Now the other thing we can adjust is what the thumbnail color is. So we can go to exterior. No. Color. There we go. And then the thumbnail, we'll have to adjust that manually in the config itself because it doesn't allow you to do it here. So we can pick the color we want that to be and copy that value, I guess, as far as into our config, as far as our thumbnail color. That'll be like the default, the primary default color of it. Doesn't necessarily mean you'll find it that way. That'll be the default color. Let's make this red. And let's see. I want to make this metallic. I think I want to make it metallic red. Yes. Oh yeah, I like that. I'm digging it. So this color, I'm going to copy that. Okay. And I'm going to save it again. Now it's not going to save this color that we've chosen, I guess, as far as like that, so we'll need to put that manually into the config for the thumbnail color, and then it should do that properly. So let's do that. I went and saved it, copied this value, exit out, and then we're gonna go to workshop mod here, and this is what we edited. And what we want to do is look for that thumbnail color, this, and we want to paste that color that we into here. So that should be the default color. That would be the thumbnail color. And then of course all the other colors that I had originally, we'll just leave that alone. That's our V8 special. So we'll go ahead and save that. Now if we load this up in the editor now, it should come up automatically with that red color. If we did it right. Close that out. Let's reload up and launch the editor. And it should come in there as red when we select that configuration. Okay, so if we load up that configuration, it should be red. Boom. Nice. So that'll be the default color for that car, I guess, as far as for that trim. That was a nice little, pretty simple, I guess, as far as like that. There's definitely a lot of different ways you could go about it. Like Jack Dahl mentioned, I guess, as far as you could put the side pipes on it if you wanted. I went this route. Or just to do the exhaust right over top of the rear axle. It does make it look kind of weird, I guess, as far as having the leaf springs kind of floating. I guess as far as like that, it's not really on the frame anymore because we did hoist it up a little bit. So probably one thing we could do to change that is we could put a different rear end into it. Like maybe a more modern rear end to it instead of the leaf spring. That could be an option. Let's see what we got here. So rear center powered. We could leave the drums on it. Let's play around with that a little bit. So let's try, say, leaf power 2. That's just a different orientation of the shocks. Okay. This is the power 2. Just change the orientation of those rear shocks a little. Center powered. Yeah, we definitely don't want that one. BTR solid powered. We could do this. Yeah, we can go this option. Is that clipping through the exhaust there though? A little bit, so we could probably adjust the exhaust, I guess, as far as we go with this one. At least we wouldn't have the floating yeah, the leaf springs. So what we could do on this config is go to the parts, adjust our exhaust so that they're tipped in, I guess, as far as a little bit so it doesn't clip through the springs there. Kind of center orient them there a little bit more. So let's try, that was on this value, right? So let's bring this one to 355. That's a little too far. 357. 56. So something like this. Right? Now we look in here. We might have to adjust this a little bit, but that's okay. So let's go this. Okay, that's not bad there, so that's that one. A little bit more center oriented, so it's not clipping into the spring. And let's do the other one. So this one's at 356. So on this one, so 4, that's about 4 then. So there we go, and then we can adjust this in. Move that in a little bit. Oh. Not too shabby. Alright, let's move it out a little bit. Like that. Make sure there's no gap in there. You don't want to lock any exhaust leaks, you know? That looks pretty good. We'll see how we look in the back. So now it's not clipping into the spring. Right next to the spring. Cool deal. So yeah, that's one way to go about it. So that way, I didn't really care for that floating leaf spring. This is a better option here. So it's kind of like a little more legit that way. A little bit more modern rear suspension on there. Sweet, now we can resave that again. That turned out pretty cool. Let's go ahead and get out of this. Save it. And we're good to go on that one. All we gotta do is find it now. Now it looks like too, I guess as far as when we changed that, did it screw up the... Nope, we're good there. It looks like it did lower it a little bit, and that's fine though. It looks good. So it's not quite as high in the rear end, I guess, at first, but that's cool. I can dig it. She look good. Right. Make sure we save it again. Alright, and we're gonna go see if we can find this guy now. Create it, try to look for it. So the cool thing is we've actually got engines built in our warehouse, I guess, as far as for the swaps that we put in there. We can definitely add additional ones if we wanted to. Definitely, so we can compare some other vehicles that have similar swaps and add those swaps into that one, if we choose. Alright, let's go ahead and load up our play. Let's see if we can find her. I bet you there's probably a lot of folks that are outside just enjoying this warmer weather that we're having. I don't blame them. I don't blame the folks at all. If you're having some nice weather like we're having here, I guess, as far as get out there and enjoy it. Okay, so all we got to do now is try and find that custom panel truck that we made, that custom, the special V8. Let's go to the car auctions. See if we can find this puppy. Alrighty then. So it should still be the yellow truck, I guess, as far as for the thumbnail, even though we did make it a red color there, because that's going to be the static thumbnail. So it's going to be, so that one's the utility, not what we're looking for. Okay, let's check this one. Okay, so nothing at the auctions for that one. Another one I still need to keep in mind is I want to get the Royale Town Sedan of the Delta 88. Forgot about that, so we'll take a look and see if there is any of those. I think the Town Sedan, the Royale Town Sedan, I want to get one of those. Right. Royale Town Sedan. Oh, alright. So nothing here at the auctions today. We'll check out a barn. So we're back in the hunt. Find our custom V8 special panel van. I think I gotta find a home for that Countach too. They get squared outside. Alrighty then, so let's go check out a barn. Nope, don't blame the folks at all if you're outside there enjoying that warm weather. So nothing loose. Looks like we got a Diablo. Not what we're looking for. What else we got in here? We have our test car. Yo! Yeah, watch your step in here, I guess, as far as don't be tripping. And we got one of these fellows. Definitely now. Yeah, we're pressing our luck right now. We definitely are. Oops, there's our crate. Cool. Nice. So, no panel vans in this van, or this barn, but we did find the crate. Good deal. Take our crate, head home. That was a quick visit, right? I like it when I wish we were all like that. Take a look at the cars. If you don't want them, pick a pile, find a crate, and on our way. That'd be beautiful to happen like that every time. Unfortunately, that's not the way that works. Okay, so what we want to do is open up our crate. Oops. Wrong button. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If he howl, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Another crate, another chance. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If he holler, let's go. Let's go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Oh, damn. Good gamble. Good gamble there. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If he holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Got some XP out of that one. Working up to 130. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If he holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And another barn map. I think we're back up to 100. Might be 99. I think it might be 100 though. Let's collect those items. Put those away. And what are we at for barns now? Be back. Jackdaw moving up there. $99 on that one there. There we go. J Booth up in there, and I got Heartland Trucking. So that is our current top 5. I guess as far as we only got 1 week left. You're chasing Batman, trying to get Batman off that top spot. Not too far away. Keep working at it, keep chunking at it. So we did check out a barn. Let's go check out a junkyard. So we're back up to 99 barns again. Good stuff. Racer Batman probably like, what did I do? You got it to that top spot. That's what you did. So you got anything loose? Nothing loose. What kind of cars we got out here today? So we got an El Camino over here. That's the deluxe. Not looking for that one. What's this over here? Got a caddy. It's like a pink one. Looking for that panel van. Custom. Nothing on the hill. Nothing in the corner. Nothing under the canopy. Nope, that's not what we want. Oop. 288 Ferrari GTO. Yep, already got one of those. Nothing over there. And nothing down there. Okay, so we've got no panel van in this visit today. No problem. Check a couple piles, see if we got a barn map. A little bit empty-handed today over here at the junkyard. No problem. Okay, so nothing at this junkyard visit today, so we'll check out another auction. Come back and check out another auction. Alrighty then, going to the auctions it is. Throw the hunt. Okay. We have, look at that, we found one, 3-star. That's what I'm talking about, 3-star. This one's pretty banged up, but we can fix it up. We should have 2 carb in there, right? Making sure how it is. That's our V8 special. Whoops. And it has the 2 carb. Oh yeah. So we could also put the. So I got the 2 carb. But what I maybe forgot to do was, yeah. So we can put the OHV in there too. Yep. So these are all the swaps that we added to that there. We can add more, absolutely. But I wanted to keep it relatively old school. With that. So if we wanted to add other ones too, that's totally possible. So 302 at the base for that. It's good. We're gonna bid on this one. Good start. Very good start. So it's missing a fender. It probably doesn't start being a 3-star. What's going on there, Fluky? The heck you been up to? Been a hot minute. Let's see if it starts. It does not start. That's okay though. Just a working man. Yep, I get you. I had to give you some crap. This one's originally busy. Yes. So this was originally from Iowa. Yeah. Okay. God darn it! I want to bid on it. Thank you. So the high end is 20,000 on this puppy. See what we can get her for. So we created this this config for this mod panel van. I got Rod Knockers bidding on this one too. We got a few bidders. Not so quick there, Rod Knocker. Ooh, almost had it. It went over a little bit. That's fine. We've been good. Oh, we got it. We got it. Nice. So, 5,000 over. So we'll get it back to the house and see how well we did. Oh, let's put that right in the garage. We got anything else here, just out of curiosity? So I'm looking also for the Royale Town Sedan of this one. We already got the Town Sedan. Royale Town Sedan. So nothing here. Check this auction really quick. I'm happy to get our panel van, that's for sure. Let's see. No, Royale. There's another V8 special. This one's a 4-star. But we already got our 3-star. We're going to fix that one up. But, yeah, we had one in both the normal car auctions and the salvage auction. Cool. So, it's definitely populating pretty good. So, we got no Royal Town Sedan Delta 88. Okay, cool. Let's head back to the house. Go check this panel van out. Let's go back here and check it out. We got an official project vehicle to work on. So let's go. So that's already being on the lift here in their garage. That's where we told her to put it anyway. And there she is. She's a little beat up, but we'll get her fixed up. Yep, frame's a little rough. Let's give her a bath. Let's move it over to the car wash and give her a bath. Yeah, just a little. She got a little beat up, but we're gonna fix her up nice and get her nice and straight. So looks like she's red. That's the color we wanted her to be, I guess, as far as that's cool. I don't know if that's normally, it doesn't always happen. Let's put it that way. So the thumbnail color, we made it red. So like it is red. Yeah, isn't it though? She's still a little rough around the edges, but we'll get her welded up here. Move her back to the lift. Okay, let's get the welder out and we'll get her straightened out. And this one's gonna cost us 1,000 to get her welded. Yeah, who's keeping track? I don't know who's keeping track. There we go. So we got some body panels to still fix up though. Get that out of the way so we're not tripping on it. Alright, let's fix up some stuff here. Oh yeah, these are repairable. Cool. So far repairable. Nice underbody work on this one here. That's cool. I like it. We got our doors. Oh, we got a bad right door. Okay. And a bad left door. So the two back doors are no good. Tail light. That looks like that's repairable. That one's missing. I'm gonna poke the tail light out of it. Let's get the windshield out. Look at that. She cleans up so nice. Alright, let's go get what we can fix over here in the body panels. We got our hood. Got our headlight. Front bumper. Front end. We're gonna have to buy some body parts. That's okay though. Especially those back doors. Love that stance on that. Pretty cool stance on it. Look at this, all kind of room for activities. So much room for activities. Alright, let's get... What I might do... Yeah, the wood, these are pretty classic, I guess, as far as for the 58s, you know, like the late 50s. So these types of trucks had the wood plank floors. It's even got the wood planks on the side there. Fancy. So I need to buy 2 new rear doors. So we're gonna need to paint those. But what I'll do, let's get these ordered. Surfer van, yeah, I guess you could. You probably could. Surfer van, yeah. You know, kind of like a Woody. So there's the Woody station wagon. And the wood panels on the outside. This is kind of a close second to that. Well, I gotta do the rear bumper yet too. Forgot about that. Very similar. Okay, so we can put that rear bumper back on. So I got the 2 rear doors on the list for the shopping. Okay, why is this not? There we go. Let's go to the tablet and go here. We should have our panel van. Yep. 2 new doors. And we want to get these painted. So let's go get these painted in the paint booth. That's what the only reason why I kept some of the parts off this, so we can get that color off the other parts that we fixed. So for instance, we can take this door, repaint it so we can get that in the swath, get the exact same color. Get it color matched. Nice. Now that'll put that color in the color swap so we can paint our new doors the same color. We don't like it? Let's see, where are those rear panel doors? Right here. I wouldn't say hideous. It's unique, is what I would say. It is classic, very classic. Let's do that. I don't think it's hideous. I would say it's very classic, very unique. So there's that door. Let's get our other right door. That would be this dude. Paint her up. Get high on the paint fumes. There we go. Okay, let's get those back in. I think that was really the only painted parts we needed. Yeah, you could definitely hotbox in this thing, I bet. No windows in it. Especially in the back. Okay, let's get these on here. New doors. Sweet. And then door's good. This door is... Oh, we didn't have this door, so we need this new door. Alright, so we'll go like this. The new door, we'll have to paint that one as well. Let's go get that painted. Good thing we don't have far to go. Paint that new door, y'all. So nice. The one thing I'm noticing on here as far as the underbody, doesn't paint the whole door. Now, interesting. This is something I noticed there. So how does that look if we put it on the truck? So that's actually red there. Interesting. Okay, let's put it back on the truck and see. So that other one's red. How does that look here? Double checking. So it is red. Interesting. So that must be just something with the paint booth that was making it white on the inside. Looks like I did actually paint it, so that's cool. Get the other panels on here. We got this fender. We're missing that fender. Yep. So let's get this new fender. Oh, and get that one painted. Now, some of y'all might be saying, why don't you just get the parts that you need and just paint them all at once? I could do that. I don't know. I didn't feel like it. How about that? This one's got the right? This one I kept it classic as far as to have the classic overhead valve. Now we do have options, I guess, as far as to put other swaps. So here's the swaps. So they're all overhead valve engines. They're all classic for this style car. So nothing modern, right? Now we could do a resto mod, I guess, as far as if we could put the modern LS into it. That's another option that can be done. This one here is all old school. This one's a 2-carb overhead valve. V12. Why is everybody with the V12s? I mean, really? The V12, I'm telling you. It could definitely probably work in this one for sure. This one's not what we got. So, alright, we get our fender on here. Everybody likes V12s. I don't know what's so fascinating about that. V12 doesn't necessarily mean faster. I feel not always. I mean, you can get a lot out of these overhead valve engines. We've gotten, well, for example, if I have it out here, like this one here, this supercharged 57 Bel Air. We've got this one to 551. I like how you said that. So this one we got to, we don't have any tuning to it, 551 horse. Yep, straight 6. And so this panel van had straight 6 as a default engine. So we created our own configuration, I guess, as far as that V8. That's our V8 special. But yep. So these are probably some of the other swaps we could do to our panel van. We could have this similar like the 57 here. What we did is we did this one, the 1-carb, the 2-carb, and the supercharged OHV. So this one right now has the V8 OHV. Whatever. You people in your V12s. You drove a what? Straight 6 for 6 months without oil? I guess that was your hoopty, huh? That's what you call a hoopty. Okay, we got those panels on. I mean, I don't know. I don't 100% always agree that you can get that much horsepower, and I guess I'm a little bit twisted, if you will, I guess, as far as with how they've gotten a lot of the V12s, the in-game V12s, like the Diablo, for example, and the Ferrari, I guess, as far as they don't have 600 horsepower at the base, for example. So I tend to, I don't know. There's such an infatuation, though, I guess, as far as with V12s. A lot of people. So you just drove it until it blew up. That's funny. That's a good way to treat a Ford. I'm a Chevy guy, so I like my Chevys. I'd probably do the same thing though. So just drive it. Drive it until it pooped the bed. Drive it into the ground. Alright, so we need some new windshield. Really it's not, but I guess it's pretty impressive, I will say. To be able to drive without any oil, I guess, as far for that long. I guess it maintained its lubrication. Must have been some synthetic stuff or something. Yeah, probably bonded to like the engine parts. Yeah, definitely impressive. So let's get some new windows in our back doors. Can't even. Oh, these are sideways. That's why. Interesting. Like, can't even see it. The orientation of it's kind of wicked. There we go. Never leaked again. That's funny. That's pretty funny. Let's see, actually, we still have one taillight. Yeah, this one was good. This one was missing. So we just need a left one. Let's go to list. We don't need the right one. We do need the left. There we go. Pretty simple tail lights. Cleaned up pretty nice so far. Look at that. Headlights. We need headlights. And that one's missing. So that fender was missing. So that makes sense that that headlight was missing. A new headlight. This one's designed pretty well, I guess, as far as from the assembly disassembly standpoint. How we doing status wise? So we're 91% on body. So that last percentage should be license plates. I'm not really gonna worry about those right now. Frame's good, body's good. Let's do some interior. What we got going on with interior? Excuse me? Holes in the way. Now. Alright, let's take this off for a second. Let's deal with this interior. So we'll do a disassemble. Get these reupholstered and cleaned up. Let's go. Assemble. Get some new stuff. Go to the interior shop for all that. 2 new seats. Pretty standard type of classic seats. Alright, let's get those in there. And of course we're going to work on the other parts of this one here. I want to see if we can get this one running. Probably top it up on some oil. And see if she does actually run. Okay, let's put that door back on. Oh no, it's doing this crap. Hey, when that happens. We'll probably have to go to a different location to see if we can fix that. That's not good. It's a common problem with it though. It's a known problem. Let's see. Let's go to... Sometimes this will work, not always. Sometimes you gotta get right out of the game. Alright, we'll come back here in a second. Let's go to the salon here really quick and we'll go back. Oh, look at the cars we got here. We got a Baja Bug. Look at that puppy. Got a Honda Civic. Yep. C, senor. We got a DBX. What's no miles on it. Marvelous. Right? Exactly. So it's like about a bug. There's a lot of trims for this one here, but this is one of them. That's the Baja. How much do they want for this one at the salon? They want... That's not actually too bad. That's pretty custom. You know, as far as like tires and stuff on it. I don't think that's terrible. I wouldn't say that's robbery, but it is the salon too. The salon, they charge a premium price. They get a commission and so on. Pretty cool car. Anyway, let's go back to the house. See if it fixed that issue with our door. Yeah, but not wrong there, Fluky, as far as slug bug sponge. It's kind of like an Oya Coke. Same idea with the Oya Coke. Alright, let's see if that fixed our issue here. So if it didn't, we might have to completely eat out the game and come back in. Let's see what it did. Nope, we're good. Alright, good deal. Put her back on. So we should be good all around. Interior, that, and body. That's our license plate. So let's see if we can get this truck running. See if we can get it running. So probably just need some oil. Yeah, she's a little low. Put some motor honey into it. It's gonna top it out with some fresh stuff here, just to see if we can get her running. This will confirm whether or not it's in good shape. If she starts over after we fill it up with some oil, should be good. Okay. Oh, come on, bro. Bro, come on now. Yep, so it looks a little nasty, but that's fine. Just want to see if she'll turn over for us. Add some oil to it. Cool interior, she cleaned up good. Come on, baby. Look at that, she's a runner. This is one thing I like about getting the 3-star over at the auction. Usually just we gotta top it off with some oil and it runs. But we are gonna drain it out. We're gonna fix that up. We also have this one going. Still got this one here to. Did we fix this one up? I don't remember. I think I did. We just left it on here. But we could put this one in here if we wanted to, if it's good to go. Actually, I'm gonna pull that off here. Is that one actually good? Nope, that one we still need to fix. Did I forget to put that mirror on there? Must have. Here. Look at the stance on that thing, though. That's got that nice rake to it with that big motor in it. Kind of squats down the front end, I guess, as far as to jack up the rear end. Cool deal. I did put that mirror on there. So what the heck? Must have bought too many. So we can sell that guy. We're good there. So yeah, I think we'll fix up the 2-carb. Or we can put this OHV in here. It might give us a little bit more power. We have a choice. We have that swap. But we can put that one in there if we fix that one up. So this one gets 302. What I can do is we can pull this one out. That's currently in there. Put the OHV that's still not fixed up. And see what that one is in this one. We should get a little bit more horsepower than on the OHV. Let's do that. We'll see which one we want to rebuild for this one. Let's move this one over to here. Drain her out. Yeah, she's nasty. Ooh. And then we'll go this. Get that out of the way so don't trip on it. And let's dismantle it down here. Get this thing out of here. Drive shaft out. Yeah, so I did learn a little bit, I guess, as far as if it's a really long, stretched out drive shaft, if you're getting a gap, Jack Dow brought that to my attention as far as to just scale it even ever so slightly to get that gap out of the drive shaft. That's something I haven't had to do up until this one.
Hit the pace car.
Yo, farmer guy coming in.
Pace car. What for?
It ain't got no gas in it.
Yeah, this one doesn't have any gas in it, that's for sure. Oh, good gamble there, Jack Dow. Good gamble. So, you farmer guy, you're right. I guess as far as this one doesn't have any gas in it yet. It does run though. It does run. But we're gonna pull this one out and see. We're gonna try to put the different engine in it. Oh, no. Rip. Sorry about that, farmer guy. Oh, you were doing some construction sim. Nice. What did we work on? Farmer guy, what did we work on, I guess, as far as in construction sim? You're a loser. It's what you... I'm a loser. Sooner or later... Yeah, you know the song. Oh, are you really? No, I didn't get the memo. What are we changing it to? What are we changing it to, just out of curiosity? Unless you want to save it as a... Unless you're saving it. Are you leaving it as a surprise? Yeah, if you're leaving it as a surprise, that's understandable. So, 3 years is long enough, I guess, as far as... Or, well, 4 years, actually. With that name. Let's see. So, we want to pull this one out. Cool. And actually, what we want to do... Whoops. Get out of there, get out of there. I want to put... the other engine in there. I want to do this one. So, 302, we get on the 2 carb. Do we get on this one? This one's 326. Rudaby. Oh, rude by design. She said Rudaby to me. That's funny. So rude by design. That's interesting. You're not rude though. I don't know where you get the rude out of. I guess as far as... Yeah, I definitely don't find you rude. Maybe a little bit of a madman, but not rude. I would call you like madman by design. Madman by design is probably what I would call you. So anyway, I think we want to go with this engine here. I guess as far as we get 326 instead of the 302. I think we'll probably rebuild this guy. Slap her in there. Alright, we're gonna pull her back out and fix her up. We're going with that one. Mm-hmm. So rude by design is what you're going with, yeah. Yeah, so interesting change, I guess, as far as... But if I had my choice, I'd call you madman by design. But and that's obviously in a good way. Let's see. Let's do... So when are you planning on applying that change? Yo! Yeah. Alan Belling, welcome on in. I guess as far as appreciate the follow. How are we doing today? So we're going to fix up this guy. Yep. This one's the better option for our panel van. Oh, so we got about another month then. Gonna wait another month. Grab that raffle there, folks. I guess as far as while it's hot. Good to hear that there, Ellen Belling. Oh, he sent me... Oh, you got a picture for the change? So right now we're working on a overhead valve. We're working on a classic overhead valve V8. We came to find, I guess, as far as we had an option between the 2 carb and this one for our panel van. It's our custom V8 special. So that's what we're going with. We're just going to refurbish this to get all the base horsepower out of her. So she's not 100%, so we're going to get her to 100%. I mean, it's a pretty good shape, as you can see. It gets as far as, but just not 100%. I've been in that mode, I guess, as far as just to get things to 100%. Whenever possible. Gives us a good benchmark for the dyno. What kind of cars do you play this? You play this there, Alan Benny? There's Jack Dawes just kind of going on its air with the fluid. You pull one in Discord, that'll help you understand the name better. Oh, I gotcha. Right on. Yeah, Jack Dawes been on a tear, I guess, as far as with the fluids. So, are you pretty new to it there, Alan Belling? Or you got some time into it. Just to kind of get a baseline for where you're at. We get a lot of new people playing this game. That's part of the reason I asked. So if you're a seasoned player, I guess as far as opposed to new to it. You got some time on it? There you go. Not. Oh, look at how close. Holy crap. Appreciate the alert there, farmer guy. I know you gotta get off to work. Yeah, we'll talk soon. We'll definitely be talking soon. Yep, I gotta get that message. Yes, we'll definitely be checking with you there soon, farmer guy. Yeah, that should have got you to the top right there. You only needed a little bit. I was gonna say you could have probably just did 200 and you would have been good. Solidifying that top spot. GG's. Alright, so what did we miss here? We gotta get... I don't know, is Batman still out there? Racer Batman, we still out there? I don't know if Racer Batman gets as far as... Ooh, level 130, let's go. Let's see, send a bitch to this, yes. You're actually on your way home? What do you mean the spill oil? What do you mean the spill oil is broken? Did you spill some oil and it didn't give you the achievement? Is that what you're saying? I think I ever got that one. I got all of them but the one. The one achievement, which is to buy a car at the salon. The only one we're missing. On the way home to play 80 sets, and I'll be playing, They're gonna play some ATS first. I got you. Yeah, we do play some of that here on the channel for Tuesday. We did that yesterday. We did some ATS as well as Euro Truck. So, yeah. Might be right up your alley, I guess, as far as on this channel. We do like to play those games. We do play quite a bit of those games on their particular days. Cool deal. Alright, let's go ahead and do that. So, how are you spilling the oil, just out of curiosity there, Cornwall? So, part of the reason when you gotta spill it is if you forget to put... I think the way I ended up getting it anyway, if you take the oil filter off, or the oil pan off without draining it, that's how you'll get it. I'm asking, I guess, as far as just to see if... So, did you have it up on the lift and then try to take the filter off or the oil pan without draining it? Either one of those two ways to give you the achievement. Yeah, that's interesting. So that does seem broken. Yeah, usually oil pan or the filter. Oh, nice. Cool deal there, Alan. Yeah, we play mostly, primarily on Tuesdays. We do that for Taco Truck on Tuesdays. Yeah, so either the oil pan or the filter. So if you've done either one of those there, Cromwell, yeah, that does seem broken. Now, yeah, you wouldn't be able to do that yet, so I'm just thinking out loud. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, Car Mechanic has been probably one of our all-time favorites here on this channel. But we do play ATS, Euro Truck, Car Mechanic. We do a little bit of Satisfactory on Saturday. Just to name a few games. I generally reserve Wednesdays to play whatever we want. But it's been... we keep coming up with new mod cars, I guess, as far as in Car Mechanics are... So we always like to check those out. So we end up usually playing Car Mechanic here on Wednesday. It's been a favorite game, one of our favorite games. One of mine, anyway. I guess everybody that's here, I guess as far as might be too. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. Yeah, I think this game's got still a lot to offer. We're waiting ever so patiently, I guess, as far as for the demo for Car Mechanic 26 coming out. So you do mod for. I used to do that, not anymore. And that's all I'll say about that. I got my reservations about that game and the developer, without getting too detailed about it. But to each their own. I don't I don't judge, I guess, as far as people that support it. If you like it, that's good. I just don't. I don't. This. I like to be fully transparent. Used to, but not anymore. This has been my one go-to game, I guess, as far as not only I have fun playing it, but also creating our own cars. I'm kind of hoping that they don't change too much, I guess, as far as how cars are designed to get them into the game. I'm hoping not. That's wishful thinking. So we need to go to the repair table and get these fixed up. Let's refurbish it. Yep. Oh yeah. Try working on an Aston Martin. Try working on an Aston Martin. You want to talk about a Volkswagen? Yeah, lots of parts and bolts, I guess, as far as on pretty much every Aston Martin. Maybe not the DB5, but a lot of the newer Aston Martins, like the DBX, or the Aston Martin, or the Vantage. That's another one. Lots of parts on those. Yeah, if you think BMW's got a lot, try out an Aston Martin. Holy mackerel, you got bolts for days. You also play some COD, is it like the fish? I kid. Oh, cool. So you actually do special play, I guess, as far as of the that's pretty interesting. I just repair my trucks as I need them as I play. But to have an actual a day, I guess, as far as to just work on the trucks, that's pretty solid. Yeah, usually when I get damage, I guess, as far as in the truck needs repair, I'll just go ahead and fix it. That's about the only time it doesn't get fixed in that fashion. Or worked on. So yeah, this engine's in pretty good shape. So we're just trying to get it to 100%. Let's throw her back on here. Wait a minute. No, I did that wrong. So we just gotta go like this, that, and slap that engine block back on. There we go. Alright, crank is good. Get some new pistons and rings. So here we need 8 new pistons. And don't forget to put the rings on it. Put the rings on it, otherwise it won't work. So those, slap them in there. I'm kind of glad we added the configs we did on this panel, man. Gives us options. I like to have options. You know, I never thought of that too, I guess, as far as... So is it by default, when you got your hired drivers, right? Do those trucks break down? I guess I never had that happen for me. But I would imagine they probably do. That's probably a good point there, Alan. So the other trucks break down with the hired workers. Yeah. I never thought of that. So you take the time, I guess, as far as to go through and make sure they're all good to go. Okay, let's work on our bottom end. So we'll get the crank nice and set in place. All refurbished. 100%. We should get this too. Yeah, I never thought of that. As far as to have the hired workers' trucks, I guess, as far as actually will get wore out. That's something I'm probably gonna have to look closer at. I did not really think that was a thing in default in the game. Good point. So you have had it happen? See, I haven't had it happen where the truck would just breaks down. That's interesting. Now, I'm trying to think. The economy that I'm using might have something to do with it too. So I don't use a mod or anything like that. It's just all default. But it may have to do with something with that. Maybe why I haven't experienced any of my hired workers have a broke down truck. Okay, that's not repaired. Okay, so something else I've been keeping in mind here, folks, I guess as far as I think I mentioned it yesterday and Monday. We've got the stream anniversary for the channel coming up beginning of April, and this is the first time that I can remember that the stream anniversary would actually fall on an Easter weekend. So I've been thinking about doing something kind of special, I guess, as far as for the stream anniversary. Now, here's the other thing I also keep in mind. There's some folks like to celebrate, you know, they have family gatherings or what have you, I guess, as far as for that. So I'm also keeping that in mind for the stream anniversary, and whether or not to have it later for the stream anniversary. That way it gives folks, I guess, as far as chance to enjoy spring break, so they know that's going on, and stuff like that. But, you know, also to not miss out the fact we've been, so this next upcoming stream anniversary coming up, there will be 8 years. 8 years, I guess, as far as an affiliate here on Twitch. So, North Heels. Gotcha. See, and I don't know. I've got my trucks mostly, you know, they're spread out. They're not just heavy hauls. So, yeah, that would make sense. I guess as far as they would wear out quicker. I guess as far as if we need a new cam. That would make sense. I'm gonna have to take a look at that now and see how that works. Oh yeah, we need a new one. This one's in good shape, but not 100%. Want everything to be 100%. Trying to do it somewhat legit. It's as far as on the build, as far as how it would be done in actuality, even though the game doesn't fault us too much if we do it in the wrong order. I mean, in some parts you have to put one part on before the other, but just being able to do the bottom end first and then work on your top end, for example. So let's build the valve train. We need mechanics dozen of these and some rocker arms. Oh, buddy. Build our valve train. Yeah, I think these, I've said this many times before, I think these types of engines are definitely my all-time favorite. Both virtually here and reality. Because nothing beats an old-school engine. Now, as far as how much power you can get out of it, you know, it can be debated by a lot, but the mechanics dozen of these. Some people like to, you know, if you're in different geographic regions, you have you get privy, I guess, as far as to whatever engines are prominent there, and that's understandable. I've learned to appreciate that, but for the most part, I guess, as far as I'm a Chevy guy, I like these types of engines for the most part. I know we were talking about being able to slam in a V12, I guess, as far as your panel truck. It's like, there's a lot of people, anybody you ask, it just feels a V12, they're gonna go. Oh, really? So, are different trucks... So, I think a lot of the trucks that I have in my fleet are Kenworth Mostly W900s. I do have... I don't think I got any Cascadias. Don't have any Freightliner Cascadias. I think I do have International, which is the 9900i. I do have some of those. But yeah, as far as like the newer style trucks, like the Cascadia or those like that, I don't have in my fleet. Any of my fleet. And if I do at all, it might be only one or two. Okay, intake. Let's slap that puppy on. Proper torque sequence there. Put some covers on the valves. Put those head covers on. That's our oil fill side. Yep, cool deal. So, which internationals would you get? We have a lot of international, like the 9900i series, in my jurisdiction. So, those are pretty popular trucks to use as far as internationals. That would be my suggestion. I'm not saying that's what you have to get, but definitely that's my suggestion. So let's get a new air filter base. Pretty solid trucks. We used one of those as our own personal driver in ATS to get so far for quite a while. Alright, so let's get this guy on. A little bit of former gasket. Seal her up. Okay, we're gonna need some new brackets because these are not repairable. Not repairable on the brackets. Yeah. That's basically... I think that they're synonymous. Yeah. I think the Eagle is the 9900 series, so you can get... Yeah, I think they are synonymous from what I remember. So that looks good there. That's refurbished. Yeah, you know which one I'm talking about anyway. Those are solid trucks. The ones they have in ATS there, they have the white face gauges on the dash. Those are pretty cool. Long standing. Is that the type or the 16? I don't know about the 1600. I don't think I'm as familiar with that one. So we need a harmonic balancer. 1600. I'm trying to picture that one. I'm sure I probably have seen one. Can't picture it without actually seeing it. So we got that. So we need 3 of these idlers. Get ready for belt. Ooh, and let's slap our belt on there. New belt. Radiator fan, that is refurbished. Well, that one's refurbished. Cool. Put a new oil filter on her. I don't care for the Lone Stars. That nose on those there, I don't care for them. They look like a shoehorn, like a door wedge. They're just goofy looking on the nose. Lone Stars are not my favorite, that's for sure. Out of the internationals. Alright, let's get a fuel filter. That's just my own personal. I don't know. I just don't care for the look of the nose on those things. Okay, so let's do air filter. Trying to break it down so I can get all the electronic stuff, I guess, as far as in that store. And I'm not jumping around, jumping back and forth from store to store. Do all of these parts. Our cover, not repairable. Yep. Okay. Now I think we're ready to do distributor. Do all the electronic parts here. Nope, wrong store. Go to here. Distributor. Now, in hindsight here, I guess as far as we could have just taken the one out of the warehouse, I guess as far as to put that in here, but we had a pretty good engine right here, so I'll go ahead and use it. Lodestar? Isn't that a trailer? I didn't know if that was a truck. I know there's a Workstar. I know the Workstar. I'm not sure of the Lodestar. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying I may have seen one, but can't recall how it looks. I know there's a Workstar for sure. But whether or not it's what series that is, I'm not sure. Because we got Workstars, I guess, as far as in our fleet for the municipality, the city. When we drive truck, I guess, as far as for road service, like during the winter and stuff, we have Workstars. But I forget what series they are as far as number series. I just know they're Workstars. I think we got her all built. I think we're good on the engine. Oh, we got sparkulators and wires to get on there. Yep, let's get some new sparkulators. 8 new sparkulators. But we get the potential to get 326 horsepower out of this in here in our panel truck. Solid. I'll have to look that up, I guess, as far as like that. I'm sure they're probably similar. I'm sure to like a Workstar. Get some new wires. The Lodestars are? I'll say so. It's not. So the Workstars are fairly newer. I want to say, yeah, they're probably like early 2000s. Yeah, they've been around since like late 90s, early 2000s, I guess, as far as for the Workstars. Okay, let's make sure we didn't miss anything. So yeah, these here we replaced it out with 100% parts. Got our starter, gearbox, drive shaft. I think we're good. So we should be able to. So what I'm going to do first is actually fix up our front end. Before we put that engine back in there. Let's fix up our front end on this guy. So the Lodestars are pretty hard to find. Oh my goodness. Okay, so what we want to do, yeah, let's get this all out of here. Break her down. Right. So I think might have been the Workstar was like the new age, you know, as far as like the new model to the Lodestar. I don't know for sure. Don't quote me on that. But if I had to guess, if that's where the Lodestar came from, the Workstar was like late 90s, early 2000s, I guess, as far as those come out. So that's probably the evolution of the international trucks. That would be my guess. There's always an evolution, I guess, as far as from that. So like with this panel truck that we're working on, we see like all the other different models, like the Chevy Silverado. This was the Apache, you know, back in the 50s. You know, that type of thing. So, yeah, it probably graduated itself from the Apache to Silverado. Then you had, like, the Cheyenne. Different derivatives, I guess, as far as of that same model. Yep. That's one I would really like to see, too, is like a Chevy Cheyenne. Full size. Probably. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that there, Alan. Not that we haven't seen that in other another. So like for example, we had the Colorado. Cause I'm a Chevy guy. The Colorado truck, the mid-size truck, I guess, as far as took the place of the S10. So the Colorado can necessarily be considered like a revamp of the S10. They just call it a Colorado. But at least that's the way I consider it. Because I owned at least a couple of S10s. And so like the couple of S10s that I had, I put bigger engine in it. What surprises me about like the S10s is they never offered that truck with a V8 in it. The biggest engine that they would offer in that was a V6. And it always confused me because it was nothing. The two S10s that I previously owned, it's nothing to put a 350 in that, even a old school small block. Yeah, that's the highest one they ever put in their stock, you know, from the factory. You couldn't even order them really, as far as from the factory with the V8. Like if you wanted a V8, you had to put it in yourself. But what was cool is at the factory, the size of the engine bay and the way the mounts were and stuff like that, it was nothing. It was cake, I guess, as far as to be able to switch that out. You just had to make sure, like, if you had the extended cab, because I did have an S10 with the extended cab, you had to get a beefier drive shaft. Because that crossover, I guess, as far as with the extended cab on the S10, if you put a V8 into it, yeah, it would just throw it right out. So that was one thing you had to keep in mind if you know anything about that. So I ended up having to get a solid drive axle for my extended cab S10, I guess, as far as to handle that, all the power off the V8. That was a fun truck. Definitely would like to have that one back. I had a guy offer me, it was a sleeper, indeed, I guess, as far as it wasn't like obvious. Probably the only thing that made it obvious that it had a bigger engine in it is the exhaust I had on it. I had turbo resonators, I guess, as far as I'm going to give it that grumble. It's just like, there was one time I was just driving around and I had it parked and you just come up to me casually, I guess, as far as like, what do you got in that thing? I'm just like, wouldn't you like to know? He's just like, no, seriously. He's just like, when he saw what I had in there, he's just like, holy crap. Pretty much offered me way more than what I put into it, I guess, as far as off the bat. And it's just like, I had to think about it, I guess, as far as, but I did ended up selling it. Whatever he ended up doing with it, I don't know, but checking out the framework on this thing. This one does have a frame on it. Check that out. So the old style deal here, I guess, as far as to have, I don't think we have this suspension type, I guess, as far as where you have the leaf springs in the front. That would be cool. It's got to get those to line up with that. That's the way those were designed back in the day, as far as to have the C frame. Yeah, I'm familiar with those. The K20. That's the Blazer, right? The K2500. I think that's the Blazer. I think the K series, if I remember right, I think those were the Blazers. I like the way this frame's done. That's pretty cool. Cross member, I guess, as far as for that. I've been getting a lot of ideas for how we do our framework, I guess, as far as on our Gen 2 Camaro. This one's really well done. I like that. So it's actually got the C frame in it. So it's not the fully boxed in frame like that's the way they used to do it. That's solid. It is the Sierra? Okay. I never did own one of those. Yo, Harlan coming in. Nice. So I must have missed, you were doing some testing there, Heartland, I guess, as far as, and I think, you might have got, hopefully you got some stuff figured out there. Hopefully you got some stuff figured out there, whatever you were testing. Ooh, yeah, so we're just checking on our Apache panel van, I guess, as far as right there. So let's get these rotors remachined. Yeah, I never owned an older series like that there, Alan. I've only owned like the newer ones, like so the two S10s. Okay, cool. So Bot's doing his job, I guess, as far as to give the shout out to Heartland. That's a name change for anybody that wasn't aware. They were formerly as Interstate Travel Crew. So you put a 454 in it, thing blew the diff right out of it. Yeah, so yeah, going back to what I did on my S10, I put a 350 small block into it. I put I'm trying to remember what I went with. I think I went with a T. No, I think I put the 480LE transmission into it. I think I was gonna do a T80. I think initially, and it's like nope. But the 480LE, I guess, as far as what mounted up to that small block, as far as pretty good. And then I also put, even though I'm a Chevy guy, I put the 9-inch Ford rear into it. Those things are bulletproof as far as the design of the housing. That's the only Ford thing I put on that thing. But I've never gone as big as a 454. The biggest I've gone, I guess, as far as like in my S10s, it was a 350 small block. Never got it to the point, I guess, as far as to bore it over or anything like that either. You know, just pretty much just a crate 350 small block. I wanted to, I guess, as far as, but I never got to that point. So it did, the 350 small block I had on there, it had some modern amenities like the fuel injection, you know, as far as like, instead of being carbureted. So I did have the HEI, just as far as to have it more modern fuel injection. It was nice. Really liked it. But yeah, when that dude offered me, I guess, as far as more than what I paid for it, he didn't even ask me how much I put into it. He could tell. That was the thing. He knew what I had. And he wanted to make sure, made an offer he couldn't refuse. So, yeah. Whatever he did do it, I guess, as far as post back to that, I have no idea. But, after I sold that one, that's when I ended up getting, I ended up buying a Corvette. So I bought a 10 bolt. So a Dana 44. So yeah, I had the 9-inch Ford rear into it, and I'm trying to remember. I think it was a 366. It was a 360 something, and yeah, it worked pretty good.
Had car trouble.
And we got Dark coming in late.
Car trouble.
If you got the car trouble, we can help you on that.
I believe it was the radiator.
Yeah, we can definitely help you on that. Got the car trouble. So engine's done. We gotta get these shock assemblies taken apart. Let's do that. We got that radiator issue there, Dark. We can definitely take care of it for you. Put it in line there, and we'll get to it. Yeah, Dana 44. Cool. Like a glove. So, all right, Heartland. Yeah, you were just testing. So, did you get your testing figured out there, Heartland? For those that don't know, you should be following them. I guess as far as they do a lot of IRL trucking. Obviously, we're testing out some other things, I guess, as far as besides the trucking. Ooh, Jackdaw got to the top. Look at that. GG's there, Jackdaw. Nice. You know what? Let's do I'm gonna do a quick raffle here. Feel free to get in on this one while it's hot. Oops, hold on. Helps if I spell it right. Wish I could get my daggum Stream Deck to work right. There we go. Try that one. Alright, let's try that. So let me check. Front springs, caps, and shock. There we go. Get those on the list. Back to this store. Do these. Oh, you taking more notes? What are you taking notes on? What are we taking notes on there, Dart? Alright, let's put these back together. Yeah, same dude there, Dart. Okay, those are back together. So, we got everything else fixed up there, so we're gonna need some new brake pads. We're gonna play... Wait, let's go. We need new brake pads. Gotta get all the other stuff brand new. New brake pads. Caliper should be good. Need new tie rod stuff. Now, because we got the double wishbone, we're gonna need, with the subframe, we'll need 12 rubber bushings. 2 of these. 2 of these. Alright, and then we need rubber bushings. Let's get some rubber bushings. All of those, and I think that should be the majority of all we need. We need wheel bearings, that's another thing. Wheel bearings and probably new caps. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Force a habit. I always go, that's my first go-to place, I guess, as far as when I go into the store, into the tablet, is to you can add what? Forged internals, you mean on the engine itself? On the engine itself there, Alan? Okay, hold on. I gotta adjust something here real quick, Carlos. Oh, just give me a second. Let's keep that up there. I wonder if I gotta do that every time. I'm hoping not. So it's nothing your folks are doing wrong. It's just that I have Yep. Yep. So I don't know if I have to keep doing that. That's gonna be a pain in my butt if that's the case. Anyway, I have TTS that speaks in my ear, I guess, as far as that you all don't hear. And there's a lot of stuff that's getting repeated. It's driving me nuts. I'm just dealing with that here for a second. So it's nothing you guys are doing wrong. Just a it is a little bit toasty in my ear. If y'all could hear it, it's driving me nuts. But yeah, it's just something I need to tweak on, I guess, as far as with that announcement there. It's all in an effort, I guess, as far as to make sure I don't miss anything in chat. So you had to sell it because the thing was getting me in trouble. What was that again there, Alan? I'm sorry. Something about forged internals. I'm assuming that was on the engine itself. Yeah, I assume that's the case anyway. Do we got that raffle going? Yeah, there's a regular raffle going on there, just making sure. Oh, I got you. So it was yes on the forged. So how was it getting you in trouble? Just the fact that it was super fast? Just out of curiosity. So, oh, okay there, Heartland. So I know, oh my god. Dang it. Yeah, so I'm still having trouble with everything in chat there, Heartland, I guess, as far as with screaming in my ear. It's nothing everybody's doing wrong, but oh my god. Oh my god, that's so annoying. So it's like just still just spewing out everything. I've been trying to tweak on it. I know you were helping me, I guess, as far as with that. I don't know what else to do. I've tried different voice profiles, and oh damn, yeah, that's pretty strong. Let me see. Can I shut this off? Hold on a second. This is getting too crazy. Again, it's nothing you all are doing wrong. It's just something on my end. It's getting too, let me go here. That's what I did. Yeah, that's what I've done, and it's not working. I've been trying to ping the server to make sure that it's still, when I try the voice profile, I guess, as far as to do that, to mute it, it doesn't do that. It's just still spitting it out. It was working there for a while when I pinged the server just to make sure it was, hold on here. Let's see if I can, but I have done that, just like you said, Heartland. It's just spewing out everything. Yep, sure did. It's at 0%. It's at 0% on the volume, yeah. And I added a couple more, I guess, as far as to consider, and it's just everything that's in chat. It's spewing. I've been trying to skip them and add another voice profile, re-ping the server, and it still doesn't. It's kind of annoying. I don't know what else to do. Is there a way I can just pause, I guess, as far as all the TTSs? Let me see here. So I can skip the current, but it won't let me just pause all the TTSs. See if there's a way to do that. So I've been trying to get this tweaked out, I guess, as far as so when we do NASCAR tomorrow, it'll be good to go, but so far it's so annoying. It's just everything. It's doing everything. Even spelling out the, sounding out, I guess, as far as the emojis, which I got that turned off, so. Right, which I did. You know, if I know I'm doing it exactly what you said, I guess, as far as, so they're all separate. None of them are the same. So I'm just at the point now. Is there a way to just pause the TTS, or do I just log out? 'Cause this is just getting too annoying. Let's see here. So I can do it this way. Let me do this. I know, I got an idea. Yeah, I'm just gonna turn the volume down, see if that does that. I'll just do it that way. Yeah, there's obviously something that needs to be fixed on it, because it doesn't even matter if I do a separate voice profile. It's just using the default system, no matter what. Okay, let's go to this. So nothing you all are doing wrong. It's just I got to tweak on this thing here in my ear. Okay, so let's get back to working it down. So yeah, I just turned the volume down on it. It should be fine. I'll get back to that later. Okay, so where were we? We were... I forgot where we were. So I put those together. I was looking for... Those are good. That's good. I think we got most of the stuff we need here to rebuild the front end. Let's do that. Yeah, just as of recent there, was just starting to spew out everything. It was running pretty good, but then all of a sudden it went went nuts. So I'm not really sure why. I tried to re-ping the server like you showed me, I guess as far as their Heartland, but it still isn't. Yeah, I might have to message them. That's crazy. So I got the volume turned down and he's still talking. Oh my god. Unbelievable. How do I get this thing to shut up? Or are we gonna do it that way? So turning the volume down didn't do anything. I had to have to log right out. Alright, there we go. Alright, we're good for now. So if I do tend to miss any chats there, folks, sorry about that. Trying my best here, I guess, as far as to make it easier for me to not miss any. But it doesn't help me, I guess, as far as when it just recites everything that's coming in chat. If y'all could hear it, it's driving me nuts. That's part of the reason too, I guess, as far as I didn't.
Batman says Jrocken wow Jrocken wow Jrocken wow Jrocken hype Jrocken.
See, at least it's not duplicating that now.
Jrocken horns Jrocken crayons Jrocken salute Jrocken luck Jrocken sports.
Yeah, so at least it's not duplicating that now. I did finally shut that off. Alright, so just got a message for that developer. I guess as far as to see if I can get that figured out. So yeah, it does definitely seem to not 100% work the way it's supposed to. And we'll get with them later, I guess, as far as to get that straightened out. Because I do like to use it, I guess, as far as for other games that I tend to not be as focused on with the chat. NASCAR for tomorrow, for Thursday, would be a perfect example. Perfect example. Yeah, so we got this all refurbished and or brand new. It was a colorful TTS there. Okay, so wheel hubs. So we'll pack that full of grease and capper off. I get the other side. Yep, we're good on that side. Cool. Let's get our tie rods in there. So we need a new sway bar. We need some new end links there as well. So yeah, just trying to redo this front end before we put the refurbished engine back in here. Yep, we need new ones. Okay, so I think we got all the rubber bushings in there. I think we're good here on the bottom end. So that's ready for tire. What do we miss over here? Tire rods and our upper control arm. Okay. You cannot use the front wheels to move a four-wheel drive truck with a 454 in it and rear drive shift pulled. Really? I remember having Somebody, a buddy of mine had a Suburban with a 454. You cannot use the front wheels to move a 4-wheel drive truck. Are you talking about in the same truck or like trying to tow it? Because if you're trying to say having a 454 and a 4-wheel drive truck, you can't use the front wheels, I would have to argue that. Because the Suburban, a buddy of mine had a 454 in there, and he was able to put that in 4-wheel all the time. He went 4-wheel in that thing all the time. So let's pull these, let's finish these tires. Nope, I'm gonna do separate, there we go. Same truck. See, I would have to argue that. I would have to argue that because, like I said, the 454 that my buddy had, I guess as far as with the, it was a Suburban with the 454, used 4-wheel drive all the time in that thing. No problem. I'm saying just the front wheels. Oh, by themselves? Oh, yeah. I wouldn't even suggest that in any 4-wheel drive truck. With a big engine like that, yeah. If you're just using just the front wheels, yeah, that's way too much power to that. That's not a good idea. I get what you're saying now. So let's fix up these rims. So this one should have the same size tires all the way around. I don't think we're staggered. Yeah, I would never suggest. I know it's possible. I guess if it'll do the 4 high, 4 low. Be it alone 2 high or 2 low. Right. So yeah, if you're shifting it just on the front wheels to have all that power come off a 454, yeah, not a good idea. I'm assuming that's what you meant there, Alan. And if so, I guess as far as that definitely makes sense. So what kind of tires got on this truck? So we got 225, 75, 15. So we'll get 4 new ones of those. So we'll go this from the list. Tires. We get 4 new ones of these. Now we don't have to use these white walls if we don't want to. We can put something else. Definitely can. So let's go to the tire shop. We want 4, 225, 75, 15. Get 4 of them. 4 of them, I said. There we go. 15-inch, 225 wide, and 75 on the sidewall. There we go. We get 4 of those. Not that expensive at all. Okay, so we got those rims already refurbished. We'll get those put back together. We tried that and it didn't have enough front end weight. I had to have my dad push it up the drive, so it didn't have enough. So were you on an incline? Were you on an incline, just out of curiosity? Or like, were you trying to climb a hill? I guess as far as doing that, so I can see that happening. Yeah, I can definitely see that happening. Let's install this one. Balance this one. Whoa! What the heck? Get that out of there. That was weird. It just kind of jumped over on me. Yeah. So I can see that happening. So it's one thing if you're trying to do an incline. This is something that I learned in the service, I guess, as far as when you have transversing power, I guess, as far as like a transfer case, I guess, as far as trying to transverse power from the engine to the power plant, be it the engine, to either the front, back, or any one particular tire. So if one's kind of stuck and you're trying to get that transferred, that transfer of power, especially on an incline, is going to, the gear ratio is going to basically deplete when you're trying to go upcline. So all that torque is going to go to both wheels no matter what. That's why I had to ask that. So if you're on, say, just on a rough, rocky terrain, you know, and you're just trying to use front wheel, I guess, as far as to crawl through it, then it's going to disperse, I guess, as far as to what tire needs the most power. That was definitely true, I guess, as far as on the Humvees. Maybe not so much the same on, you know, residential or domestic type of setups there, but it's relatively the same idea. So this one doesn't have four-wheel drive, but picture, if you will, I guess, as far as you got your transfer case in the middle. You have a drive axle, I guess, as far as it goes to the rear and the front. You're telling it up in the cab, I guess, as far as where you want that power from the engine to transfer to. Because you're going to have the initial drive shaft going into the transfer case, and it's going to drive initially just the rear wheels until you tell it up on the lever where you want it to go. So you can't necessarily, by default, I guess, as far as say, I want all the power to go to one wheel. It's going to go to both wheels no matter what. When you're on an incline, right, the way that gear works, I guess, as far as it's going to put them equally to make sure you have evenly distributed power. Now, if you're more or less level and just trying to go up on a rock, you know, like a boulder or a rock, it's going to put most of the power, because of the way the torque comes through the transfer case, to that one wheel that needs it, right? As opposed to the other ones. It's going to keep that other one stationary. So that's what's kind of interesting thing that I learned in the service as far as how four-wheel drive transfer case works. So it all comes down to how much the binding, I guess, as far as that goes on one wheel. That amount of binding going into the transfer case is going to give power coming off the engine, I guess, as far as to that one wheel that needs it, as opposed to just being on an incline, where it's going to be equal power. Now, if you got a rock on an incline, that just complicates it. It really comes down to, you just got to have a really good transfer case and adequate power in the engine itself, I guess, as far as to try to equally distribute power to those tires. And the thing I was almost over the top. Had it been a diesel, would have done it no problem. So it wasn't a diesel. I think it might not be so much, I guess, as far as the fact that it was a diesel. More the fact, I guess, as far as just having more power. You know, having adequate power, I guess, as far as to be able to drive it up the incline. So diesel can definitely probably offer you more power and torque than a gasoline-powered engine. I will agree with that. But I think in either case, it doesn't matter. Like, if you can get similar amount of power or torque off a gasoline engine as you can a diesel, then you're sufficient, I guess, as far as on your transfer case to be able to do what you're trying to do. These are just some of the little things that I learned, I guess, as far as in the service about that. So we can put these tires back on while I'm flapping my gums. Because what's really wild is these Humvees, I guess, as far as we took them to a Yuma Proving Ground, and believe it or not, they do have like pits, you know, like mining pits, old mining pits, I guess, as far as over there. And we were testing, I guess, as far as one of the newer Hummers, the Humvees, I guess, as far as to go straight up. We're talking like practically 90 degrees, and put it into 4, I think it was 4 high, which basically allows you to distribute equal power to all 4 wheels. Now, granted, with the type of tires that are on it and the power that the diesel engine is, a 6.2 diesel, that thing went up almost straight up 90 degrees, no problem. And it had it was basically 4 bodies in it, so you had the driver and 3 other passengers. No problem for that thing. It's kind of crazy how that works. So this is to give a little bit of history of what I was learned anyway. Both being able to be a witness to it and just understand the mechanics behind it. It's amazing how those types of things work. Now, for me to design one, I guess, that's a whole nother story. There's plenty of people I know now, I guess, as far as that. They have the brain power, I guess, as far as to be able to build, say, a transfer case that can handle the power coming off of that, so that you have adequate power no matter what you do. So being up on an incline, going over rocks, what have you. Kind of fascinating, actually. So we left the drums on this one here, but we put the more modern rear end. We could have put discs on it, but I think I'm trying to maintain, I guess, as far as some of the old school feel to it. Still have the drums on it. The truck I have now has come. Wait. Axle shafts. That has no problem. What do you mean? What kind of axle shafts? Alloy? Do you mean alloy? So they're an alloy axle. That means they're more than one material, so they're probably pretty durable. Take a lot of torque. Truck I have now has chrome alloy. I think you mean chrome alloy. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. So chrome alloy. So the chrome alloy. Do you have it lifted? Just out of curiosity. Do you have the truck lifted? That would kind of make sense if we would do the chrome alloy as opposed to just non-chrome alloy. Because there's other alloys you can get that are not necessarily as shiny. Sometimes the chrome just looks better. I think I can picture that, I guess, as far as what you're describing, though. Alright, let's get this side off. Yeah, that's what they are. So you don't have it raised? You don't have it lifted? I mean, it's not really. I was just curious to kind of picture it. You know, like most lifted trucks, they like to have the shiny parts underneath there. I guess as far as that's the only reason why I asked. I mean, you can still put the chrome stuff on there, as far as even though it's not lifted. You just got tired of breaking. Actually, well, I don't blame you. Don't blame me at all. I know there's a dude that I know, and this sounds crazy even when I say it. He's got titanium axles. Paid a pretty good mint for him too. Now, when I say the axles, I'm not talking about the drive shaft, right? I'm talking about the drive axles within the rear end housing. The drive axles themselves are titanium, practically unbreakable. And I don't even remember how much he spent on those. He's got those on all four corners, titanium drive axles. Spent a mint on those. So you want to talk about not having to worry about breaking axles. Okay, let's get those drums remachined. Couldn't even imagine spending that much money on them. What's going on there, Kyler? What are we up to today? More money than sense. A lot of yeah, we got a lot of car parts. I mean, some people just take doing the off-roading pretty serious, and he does. He likes to do a lot of heavy-duty off-roading. And like Alan was saying there, as far as like when you get tired of breaking axle all the time, you know, trying to do the heavy-duty off-roading, sometimes it's better. It's a good investment. I don't get into that myself. I couldn't see myself doing it, but I kind of understand why he did it. In the long run, you won't have to replace as many axles, drive axles. So if he, wants to continue to do that type of thing, that's what better to do. In the long run, you won't have to spend any more on axles. So what you would have spent on axles and what you are in comparison to what you already spent, because as far as you're just putting that to a halt. Okay, we got another drum there to machine. So the shoes should be good to go. So the drum shoe should be good to go. Let's get this other drum. And then we should only have 2 rubber bushings to get for the control arms. Okay. Let's get those. Of course I have it. We only have the 2... Oh, dang it. Spelled it wrong. The 2 control arms. And everything else is machined, so... or restored, so we're good to go. What's going on there, gamer? happening today? So you have an 1120 Kubota. I know the Kubotas, but I'm not sure about that model. That I couldn't haul with that truck because... Really? So you're saying you put the Kubota onto the truck and it couldn't haul that? Is that what you mean there, Alan? So the Kubota, that's 1120, that's tractor, right? Don't quote me on that. I think that 1120 is a tractor. Okay, so drums are good. Got our bushings. I think we're good. Go ahead and put this together. Everything's either replaced or refurbished. I was talking to the ones in the rear axle, the shafts inside. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. That's the ones I'm talking about. Being titanium, as far as the ones in the rear end housing, yeah. But that was misunderstood. Yeah, I'm not talking about the drive shaft itself, as far as like that connects, I guess, as far as to the transfer case and whatnot. Alright, so we got these drive axles like these. These being titanium. Yeah, those right there. It's an L1. What's an L120? Oh, you meant L120, not 1120. I gotcha. So, but is that a tractor? And just trying to get an idea of what you meant there. So you tried hauling the L120, I guess, as far as on your truck, and it kept snapping the axles. Pretty heavy, is it? Okay, so our drums are remachined. Yeah, okay, I gotcha. Okay, so these, we have to do something with those tires. We need some new shocks. Get 2 new shocks. Now, I think I'm with in there, Alan. That's not a Wagoneer, is it? No, this is a Apache panel van, 58. So this one here, we created our own V8 special, I guess, as far as for this one here, because this one only comes with the inline 6. So we made it V8 special, so we can put all these swaps. We're gonna put the V8 OHV into it. This guy, putting that in there. So we got that already refurbished, ready to go. Just fixing up the undercarriage. Yeah, new mod that came out on the Steam Workshop. Pretty cool deal. We kind of did our own little config on it. A little bit of fun there in the editor.
We're going streaky! Yeah!
Yo, we got a gamer coming in there with the 3-stream streak.
No, sorry. Come on, everybody, we're going!
We're going. All right, so I don't know if you're having a warm day like we are here today. I guess as far as it might be, yeah, I'll leave it up to you if you want to put your clothes back on. I mean, it's pretty warm out, but if you get a little chilly, I would probably suggest put it back on. Put them back on. Let's see, on a 25 gooseneck, like I normally do. And I didn't even have to move the truck, and they were basically, nope, not happening. So I wonder if, too, I guess as far as it had something to do with the gooseneck. So I'm just picturing this here. So a gooseneck, I guess, as far as with the Kubota onto it, and you're trying to pull that with the truck. I've had, or seen anyway, problems with the setup. So sometimes it might come. How did you have your gooseneck set up? Was it closer to the front of the bed or right over the axle? The rear axle, I should say. I'm just kind of getting an idea of what you had. Sometimes having the gooseneck a little bit more forward of the rear axle, be it either way, I guess as far as can help with lack of power, I guess as far as just to get some balance, I guess as far as to it. But if that wasn't working either, I guess as far as then, otherwise I can understand why you're having an issue. Get 2 new springs. Yep, well, those were not repairable. And we get some new caps. New caps. Also not repairable. So you have it right over the axle? Yeah, that's the normal, yeah, that's the normal setup you want to have on a gooseneck. Gives you that adequate power. But depending on, and I've seen this, I haven't dealt with them myself, but I've seen some guys will go a little bit more forward of the axle, or even back, you know, just a little bit, just to kind of help distribute so that you can get adequate balance of the trailer. So it really comes down to what your so how heavy is a Kubota L120? That's probably another fair question to ask. So that's all good there. Did I get those all bolted on? That's bolted on. We gotta miss this rubber bushing. Okay. Oh, alright, so we need a new fuel tank. Those are not repairable. Oops. And our fuel pump should be good to go. Cool. And we're gonna get some new exhaust once we get the engine in there. So let's break down these tires. Fix up the rims and get our new tires on them. Centered over the diff housing. Yep. Okay, I gotcha. So even by doing that, I guess as far as it wasn't helping. Do we know how heavy a Kubota L120 is? Just out of curiosity. The one I have with the box blade is 55. Oh yeah, that's pretty heavy. That's over 2 tons. Yeah. That's a big boy. Yep. I guess that's what we're gonna get at, because if it's over a ton, yeah, I can see where that one might be an issue. That's a big boy. I mean, there's bigger, don't trust me, but yeah, as far as especially being over 2 tons. So we got 1 ton, so that's 55. That's doing the math. 2, 4. Yeah, it's at least 2 tons. 2.5. Almost 2.5. Yeah, something like that. All right, so we got these new tires already. Let's go ahead and put these together. If the gooseneck isn't placed correct, that'll chew through some axles crazy. That's what Alan was talking about there, WC Gamer. Right, but he does have it placed correctly, so that's why I was asking if it was blowing through axles because of that. So it's just underpowered. All it is. So what? Or might have been too much power anyway. I guess as far as, so it's either too much power or not enough power. That was probably snapping axles. Trying to haul that trailer. Obviously, you got something. You got the chrome alloy. So I think I get what you're saying now. So we're just summarizing here. So they're chrome alloy drive axle. So they're going to be inside the rear end housing. So you don't really see it. But so it's not like the drive shafts, I guess, as far as where you would be able to see it. I think we're on the same page now. We're definitely on the same page now. Balance, yes. Didn't even like pulling the trailer empty. Oh goodness. So the trailer by itself. That's wild. Yeah, the fact you couldn't even pull the trailer. That's even more wild. So we should have these both balanced. Yep. Alright, let's get those on there. Cool. Decent sized tire. Yeah, it's got a little bit more modern rear end to it because we didn't want to have, because we did jack up the rear end just a little, and it was allowing the leaf springs, I guess, as far as the float with the other type of axle. So we went this route, and it worked pretty good. Then we came up with this for the exhaust design, just to go slightly over the rear axle housing. Bring it back. Worked out pretty good, I think. Definitely other options you could go with. That's what we went with. Okay, let's get this engine in here. Got her all nice and rebuilt. It wasn't a power problem because I could put... Right, you're right. So I was kind of miscuing there, I guess, as far as from what you were saying there. So it was really just a matter of snapping the axles, because it's just a lot of weight. You put it 4-wheel drive range and move it around like it was nothing. That's wild, though. So now that you got the chrome alloy drive axles, you don't have to worry about it anymore. From the sounds of it. Solution. Nice to have solutions. Let's move this over here. Doop, doop, doop. Nice. Okay, let's go ahead and get install. 100% green build. Going in. So it originally had this 2-carb. We made that as the default engine. There she go. Let's go ahead and get our bottom end of that buttoned up. We need to get some new exhausts and all that. Man, she cleaned up pretty nice. Cleaned up pretty nice. I can already see maybe possibly doing a drag build of this thing. I can see it. Uh-oh. Huh? What did I do with my gearbox? What did I do with my gearbox? Did I sell that? I think I did. Oh no, that's right here. Oh, we put a different engine in it, that's why. I was like, what the world? Yeah, so we put a different engine into it. So it needs a different gearbox. So we should have one of these in the warehouse. Yep. I think we do. Let's double check that here. Do we have one in the warehouse? We need to go here. Ooh, maybe we don't. Okay, we might have to buy one. Well, double check. We'll check directly the warehouse. So OHVF. We need that. I might have used that one, now that I think of it. OHVF. That one, I don't have one in here, so I got one of these, which we already have. I got OHVs, but no Fs. Well, F. That's what I say to that. That's a big fat F. Let's go ahead and get one of these from store. Yeah, so putting in the different engine created the necessity for a different gearbox. Okay. No problem, though. There we go. Starter should be refurbished. Beautiful. Alright, we need new exhaust. Let's go ahead and get that. Downpipes, you know. 2 of these. And 2 of these. How do you paint the lug nuts on the rims to match the color I painted there? You got quality of life mod? Probably ask you that. You got quality of life mod, it's pretty easy. So if you don't have quality of life now, you won't be able to. So we'll start with there. So catalytic converters. Got some cats on this thing. Now, that seems to be not era specific, I guess, as far as this exhaust has the catalytic converters on it. That might have been the only flaw with that one. So the fact that we got cats on this with normally we wouldn't have that, but I guess for the design of the exhaust here, we seem to work better. 2 of these. Yeah, so WC Gamer, if you've got quality of life mod, that's what will allow you, I guess, as far as to paint lug nuts on your rims. Okay, let's get some mufflers. There we go. And then we put our drive shaft in. Now we had that little bit of an issue in the editor, I guess, as far as with getting that separation, I guess, as far as there in the middle. You just scaled it up just a tad. Get rid of that. Come on, bro. There we go. So my new truck has had a little bit of shift problems since I got it. I was able to put... Oh, ZF6 is it from a... Oh, wow. How has that been working out? Yeah, how has that been working out? I go aftermarket exhaust and all my bills. Do you? Yeah, so what we did, I guess you could kind of consider this one aftermarket on this one. So we have the old school engine, but we were trying to find an exhaust that would work, you know, so that it wasn't body looking, I guess, and tucked up underneath the underbody. So we went with this one here. So that one's got the cats on it. So I guess you could consider on this truck, it is aftermarket. Because this truck for this era wouldn't have cats on it. Wouldn't have cats on it. So I'm going to consider this one be slightly aftermarket for this build. It's not a terrible thing. Not a terrible thing. I wish we had it as a performance part. I wish we had like cherry bombs. Be able to put cherry bombs on it. That'd be awesome. So that's the way our exhaust just kind of sits right over the rear end like that. That's the way we went with it. Okay, so how are we doing status wise? 95% on parts. So we still got some parts to fix up in the engine bay. Let's get that checked out. Bottom end should be good. Let's see what we got in here. So we got to drain this puppy out. Drain that out and get this fixed up. That would be a grade. What would be? Yeah. So I can definitely picture, I guess, as far as making this a drag truck. Definitely can picture it. Definitely. So let's get this charged. Drain out the cherry juice. Yeah. And there's another raffle. Yeah, we can put the supercharged. We got it set up on this thing here. We can swap the supercharged OHV into this one. Definitely can. That could be an option we can do for this truck too. At a future time. Build ourselves a supercharged engine for this one. Yep, we made the option for it. So let's drain out the radiator juice. Even a lowrider? Oh yeah, there's all kinds of options for this one. All kinds of options for it. Get the bug juice drain. You could definitely make it. Yeah, I could slam it. In fact, I think the version that Oldtimer posted up in the Discord, the Rock Nation Discord, I think it does have it somewhat slammed. I think it is. Is it? Checking here. If you haven't checked that out there, go ahead and... Yeah, it is slammed. Looks really nice. Go check that one out there in the Rock Nation Discord. Let me see here. See, Farmer Guy said he sent me a message, but I don't see it. I'll get with Farmer Guy later. Cool. All right. I would get another one and do it that one. Yeah, so you can do another config. Yeah, so we can get this same truck, right? Leave this one like this, you know, as a base here, and then do another one, I guess, as far as put the supercharger into it. Now, what's pretty cool is it sits down there low enough you don't need the cutout in the hood. Now, it does have the bird catcher on it, of course, but on that supercharged engine. Let's charge our battery. And let's fix up these parts here we can from the engine bay. Pretty much everything. So we have to get new cherry juice container in that. Those are not repairable. Okay, so there's that. Yeah, let's put these back in here. So, wait, what do we got here on the firewall? Wait a minute, hold on a minute. What is this thing right here? What's that supposed to be? I think I need to look at that. What is that right there? That black thing there on the firewall. Not sure what that's supposed to depict there, but anyway, just wanted to get a good look at it. So let's do this. Yeah, oops. Yeah. Wow. Okay, put our brake servo back on. Fuse box is good. Need a new one of these. Yeah. So I think that's what we can definitely do that way. Or just get a different one. Just get a separate one. Now I probably won't do it today, but it's definitely an option to have the two different versions. One with the supercharged and one with just the old school engine with non-supercharged. So let's get some new fuses and relays. We've all got this one done. Right, let's go to the electronic shop for those. We need 3 big guys. Slam it with gold spoke rims and wild paint job. That's kind of what Old Timer did, I guess, as far as with that one that's posted in the Discord. Pretty cool looking. Give me a second here. If you haven't seen it in there, you should check it out. That's what gave me the clue, I guess, as far as that we had this available on the Steam Workshop. I totally jumped on it. I love my Chevys. Definitely love my Chevys. I think I can see a lot of options for this this panel van. Okay, and our cap. Cool deal. So we'll get the battery off the charger. Ooh, sounds good to me. Battery back in. That's good, that's good, everything's good. Alright, let's get some fluids into this thing. Get some motor honey into her. I think that's part of the charging system. That little black box next to the servo? I'm not sure. It could be. Very possible. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I overfilled it a little bit. My bad. I might have to drain some. Alright. Brake juice into here. That very well could be there, Alan. I know this same designer of these Steam Workshop mods been putting some pretty neat. So on the Delta 88, do I still have that out here? Yeah, right here. So the one thing I think is cool with this one is they added this as a separate part for the AC, and then also a separate one for the engine cover that includes these fender struts. That's pretty cool. I like that. So adds a lot of little really cool details like that to these cars. So there's similar to like that one. This one's not removable. It's just kind of static, but still kind of neat. So let's get cherry juice in here. No, I hate when I do that. I have to put the fluid in. Cherry juice, thank you. Or that's the wiper motor. I mean, that could be that too. Very well could be. Just those finer details. I know the underbody on this thing here is the way the frame is done on it. It's pretty detailed. Definitely pretty detailed. Put some bug juice in here. Definitely had some fun in here today. Okay, so is that all the juices? We gotta get the radiator juice into the radiator, yep. That, and then that should be all the juices. Yep, yeah, I'm right on you. Yep, way ahead of you. It's like I knew I forgot something. There we go. We got the coolant in there. We don't want to blow the engine up, get it too hot. Okay, I think we're good to go. We're 100%. So that last little percentage there is going to be the plates, which I'm not going to worry about it right now. Looks like she cleaned up pretty good. So let's check our inventory, make sure. So we did have a lot of green parts come off this truck, but yep, since we changed that engine out, we had to swap out the transmissions. Alright, there we go. So we're ready to get this over to get some alignments done. Yep, so this is going to be a little out of whack. Let's get her less out of whack. And we'll do the same thing for the headlights. And we'll get this over to the dyno and see what we get. We'll be able to get like 326 horsepower off the base of that thing. Oh yeah, she's a little out of whack. I'll lift that up just a little bit. There we go. Sweet. There you have it, man. She looked good. Nice. Okay, let's get this over to the dyno. How much are we worth here? Got it for 25. I never did check to see how much we were in the hole with it, I guess, as far as from the auction, but doubled our money, I guess, as far as on what we purchased her for. Good deal. Alright, let's get her over to the dyno. Let's do this. Dyno. So we should be able to get 326 horsepower out of this engine. Got it all 100% rebuilt. It's a little noisy in here for anybody that's new. So if you do got the volumes turned up, we got the earbuds in, I guess, as far as watch your ears. Unless you like that type of thing. There you have it. We got all that base horsepower. We're in the Class D 179. Not too bad for stock power. Definitely rooms for improvement on it, that's for sure. Like, we could add performance parts to this one, or even definitely what I want to check out here now. As far as now we got our dyno. Let's take her over to the drag strip. See how she does. Let's see how she performs. Alright, shush. Okay, there we go. Let's go to the quarter mile. Get to go against a V8 2-carb Mustang. No tuning. A little bit of more rating. Let's see how we can do against the Mustang. Let's see what this little girl can do. Oh, nice. So, where did they get that gauge from? That's a cool gauge. On the HUD there, I guess, as far as for the RPMs. That's cool. Alright, let's do it. Might have slept there a little bit. I think I slept there a little bit. Got some giddy. Yeah, we slept there a ton. Okay, so I'm going to try that one again. I think we can do better than that. Yeah, let's try her again. Yeah, we definitely don't want to be blowing out head gaskets, right? And they're too hot. Oh, that was better. Much better. Oh! Mustang got us. That was a good race, though. Solid race. 14 seconds, you got a 13.8. Really only beating us about a couple tenths. Now that's just stock. That's not bad, I guess, as far as for being as heavy as it is there. Ooh. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab another one here. Hold on a second. Oh, okay. So yeah, we had a little bit of a follow-up, I guess, as far as on, we had a sink explosion, I guess, as far as in our day room there, as far as, so they were just making sure, everything was good to go. So they're just knocking on theirs. So couldn't, nobody else answered their door, I guess. Alright, we're good. So let's try this, Z28. Let's try this one out. Don't I need to be... Okay, just making sure I didn't miss anything there. Yeah, sorry about that. A little bit of, intermission there, folks. Hold all half a card. Yeah, something like that. Pretty good race, though. Oh, we got another good race there. That was a good race, too. 13-9, another 2/10. 2/10, so seems to be pretty consistently getting beat 2/10. Let's do one more. Let's try... That's a V6. Our V8 special Supra. Let's try that one. Well, V8 against V8. Kind of a more of a modern V8. Okay, we can beat that one, no problem. So that one didn't have any tuning? No tuning. Oh, we got Mr. Bushy coming up. What in the world's going on there, Mr. Bushy? Doing some Euro truck. Mr. Bushy was doing some Euro truck. How did the trucking go there, Mr. Bushy? Say turn it up a little? We could. There's definitely room for that. That's all. I'm just trying to get a benchmark for it. The fact that we beat this one with the slicks and modern V8 into that one. This one's available on the Steam Workshop there, folks, too, I guess, as far as want to grab that one. So yeah, how we doing there, Mr. Blushy? Everybody coming in from Mr. Blushy's, welcome on in. They were building some trucks and just cruising. Building trucks? For real? So just playing around buying trucks and putting configurations to them? We kind of did the same thing here today, actually. We built this custom Apache panel van. Now, we don't take credit for the trading it, I guess, for just the configuration for it. Let's head back to the house and get a better look at this thing. Shall we? Yeah, let's do that. Let's see how we did here, I guess, as far as, so, not a bad little truck, I guess, as far as just being stock. We didn't do any tuning on it. No tuning to it, I guess, as far as, and definitely doesn't, it can get beat, don't get me wrong. Think a drag truck for sure. I'm trying to think, you know, if we were to take this one here and create another config, separate, you know, kind of lower it more, and the thing that, this is what bothers me, with the way this is designed, if we were to put beefier tires in the back, it's going to clip through these wheel wells, right? So in order to keep them tucked somewhat under the fender and not have them poking out, we would have to, they'd be coming through the wheel well. That's the only thing I'd be concerned with, as far as making it a drag. You know, so you got to put the beefier tires in the back, right? That's something else that we'll probably give that a try, I guess, as far as for next time. I'm starting to get hungry. I'm going to be honest. But I have had a lot of fun here today. So let's go ahead and get this over to the left. Not a bad little truck that we've got built here as far as today. It's got a lot of room for improvement. We do have the option, like I said, I guess, as far as to put the supercharger into it. Alan suggested, which is a pretty good suggestion, I guess, as far as to get a separate truck, build that as a drag. What I might try and do, just for the giggles of it, is put the supercharger into it. We'll put the beefier tires in the back and go from there. Now, if it does need a separate config, if we do come to find it does need a separate config to to make it viable, I guess, as far as we can do that. Because we do have an option, for example, I guess, as far as to change the track in the rear to accommodate, I guess, as far as for wider tires in the back. So things like that. But yeah, I think that one turned out pretty cool. I got some scrapping to do there. I'm going to save that for the off stream. Like I said, I very much appreciated Mr. Blushy bringing in that last minute raid. We're going to send this off to somebody on the outro. So I think where we're going to go, let's see, where was I? Well, I'm watching myself here. Hold on. Can't have that. Let's see here. Who we got on that we can send this off to? I think we're going to do Truck and Jay. He's doing some out-of work. I've been playing quite a bit of this in the off-stream, folks. Quite a bit of this in the off-stream. We've been playing in the off-stream, I guess, as far as with Farming Guy. And I like to see Truck and Jay's approach to this one here. So I think that's where we're going to send it. Post-stream here. So if you could ever so kindly stick around, I guess, as far as for the raid on the outro. Very much appreciated for that. Had a lot of fun. I know we got some new follows today, I guess, as far as, but if you haven't followed already, we're going to be back here tomorrow doing some NASCAR in the Cup Series. So if you want, you definitely want to see that and you haven't done so already, make sure you follow the channel. Get the notification when the streams are live. Social medias are posted to the channel. I'll go ahead and put these at your fingertips. I can get my stream deck to work. There you go. There's those at your fingertips. You can check out at your leisure. We're going to queue this up to send it on over to Chuck and Jay doing some out of order. You were there before you were here. Were you really? That's funny. We're going to go back there. So you should be familiar with that there, Alan. I do hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday, and hope to see you again there tomorrow for some NASCAR in the Truck Series. All right, later, everybody. We got it queued up.